My name is Jim Brown. I'm the chair of the Board of Finance. We'll call this meeting to order. If we can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance. Okay. So tonight, just again, welcome to the virtual Board of Finance budget hearing. It's April 21st. We are going to hear from 6 of our nonprofits. And then, if you notice, after our nonprofits, looking at the agenda, it states legal with their town attorney, Jim Baldwin. But we do have contingency at the end of this meeting, so we're going to move Jim right before our contingency, since we will be in private executive session and Jim will be a part of that. We're going to hear from H&H in regards to OPEB and pension. We will hear from Aon in regards to employee benefits. We will hear from Mr. Patrick Egan and Dan Roach from PMA in regards to risk management. And Ms. Donna Monks is here with us as well, with Mr. Pat Egan, as we discuss, again, risk management. And then that is all under the human resources budget. And then we'll discuss unemployment compensation and then to contingency. And Mr. Jim Hasselkamp will be with us, our HR director. Okay, we also have our finance team members with us, Caitlin Bossi, Tom Bremer. All right, so we'll get started. Just a message to the public. If you called in to listen, you will not be heard by the board members, and there will be no live public comment. The public is encouraged to send their comments before or after the meeting to the following email, bof@fairfelldct.org. And just a reminder, as you would in a public meeting, please include your name and home address with your comment. Okay, thank you. So we'll get right into this. We'll start with our nonprofits. Again, we're going to hear 6 tonight, and then the remainder on Thursday night. And if it's okay with the board, we'll discuss this later on. We'll start Thursday at 7 too, so because this is kind of an add-on to our agenda. So we're going to begin with RYASAP. Mr. Mark Donald is with us, the executive director. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. RYASAP, as it's colloquially known, Regional Youth Adult Social Action Partnership. We partner with Fairfelld in many ways. One of the key ways is through working with the local prevention council, Fairfelld Cares, as well as funding, serving as a pass-through with Demas for the funding. Additionally, we do opioid prevention as well as technical assistance for the Juvenile Review Board. We convene the Juvenile Justice Task Force, which is 6 towns in the greater Bridgeport region, as well as a mental health task force. And we partnered with Fairfield Public Schools in 2 different social-emotional learning grants so far. Been partnering with Fairfield for about 15 years.
Okay. Is that it, Mr. Donald? Sounded like you faded out. Okay, well, thank you very much. The budget request is $21,000. That's the same as the budget request for fiscal year 20. I'll turn it over to the board for any questions or comments. Mr. Walsh?
Yes, do you have any type of trust funds or any type of other endowments you can draw off of?
No.
We're asking this started the last meeting to all of our nonprofits. What would a hit of 5% do to your budget?
I didn't hear the question. It cut out.
Sure. We're asking this to all of our nonprofits. It started at the last meeting. But what would a cut of 5% do to your budget for the year?
5% from Fairfield, the town of Fairfield's funding. You know, obviously, especially with the work we do in Fairfield around the mental health and substance abuse, you know, we're already underfunded in that regard from the state. And any cut that we take means a reduction in services, unfortunately. Right now, one of my goals as the executive director is to increase private fundraising to increase the services. Obviously, you know, I'm a Fairfield resident. My kids are in Fairfield Public Schools, and I see, you know, unfortunately, an increase in substance abuse and mental health issues with our kids, and certainly don't want to see, you know, a reduction in services.
No, we're not trying to. We're actually not trying to give a reduction in services, but as you can imagine, it's a tough budget year for all of us with what's going on.
Of course, of course.
And we're having to adjust to that reality. Did you guys take advantage, or were you able to take advantage of the Paycheck Protection Program? Did you apply for any type of loan or anything like that, or get any other type of funding through the CARES Act?
We did not in the first round because of all of our budget is guaranteed through the time period that they were looking to fund.
And do you think you'll be doing it in the second round?
I do, because I think longer term, like many nonprofits and municipalities, our budget is going to take a hit from both private and public funders.
Okay. I presume that'll hopefully help you in going into the next, it should pay your employees and it should pay your rent if you have any rent and utility costs, things like that.
Yeah, that's the, you know, ideally because we do employ a lot of frontline, you know, employees who are actually doing the direct work. Oftentimes they're the ones that take the first hit. So it would keep them on the payroll and keep the services going.
Okay. How many employees do you have?
25.
25, okay.
25 part-time, 25 full-time, 8 part-time.
Thank you.
Mr. DeWitt, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. DeWitt?
Just one quick question, Mr. Donald. What's your total budget, operating budget?
We have, operating is $3.9 million.
3.9 million. Okay. And we're giving you 1,000. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, 21,000 is applied to our Regional Behavioral Health Action Organization, known as the Hub, and their budget's about $450,000.
Oh, so the 450,000 is where the 21K goes.
Yeah, we have 8 different programs, which makes up the 3.9 million. Many of them are Bridgeport focused. We do have some that are state focused, and then the Regional Behavioral Health Action Organization serves the 14 towns in southern Fairfield County.
So our money goes to the Hub, as it says in the budget book, and that's the 450.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Ms. Marmion?
Thank you. Can you just comment? I know you put your budget together prior to the pandemic. Will your programming change, do you expect, to answer some of the potential mental health issues that arise out of the pandemic looking towards next year? Will any of those programs change? And do you anticipate that you'll need to raise more money to meet some of these needs than you had already planned?
Right. For the hub, not particularly. As you know, an advocacy and awareness and education organization, we are able to move a lot of our trainings and support online. So, you know, in terms of service delivery, that won't impact us as much. We're still able to convene meetings online. You know, the direct service programs, which this particular funding doesn't apply, those programs will be affected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Testani?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just curious, what exactly does the hub do? Can you help us to understand that?
Sure. So it's the state, the legislation 2 years ago, they gave it until last year to be implemented. So there's 6 regional behavioral health action organizations in the state of Connecticut. We merged with, RYASAP merged with Swarm Hub, Southwest Regional Mental Health Board, in March of last year. And we serve, you know, Greenwich to Stratford, support the local prevention councils, of which Fairfield Cares. We do a lot of work with NAMI of Fairfield around mental health and substance abuse awareness. Also, as part of the HUB program, we do opioid prevention, Narcan trainings, organize, you know, events around mental health month, multiple other trainings which involve like mental health first aid. We do suicide awareness. You know, obviously, other than opioid, we do alcohol, tobacco, and other drug awareness as well.
And when you say awareness and Narcan training, are you doing that in conjunction with the Fairfield Police? Are they aware of your interaction, or I'm just curious about the police?
Sure. We worked with the police. We worked with the fire department. We've worked with different agencies within Fairfield. We offer public trainings, which folks are allowed to come to. We've partnered with organizations. We also have distributed Narcan to, you know, different agencies when requested. And I can get, if you want to see those numbers, I can get those numbers as well.
No, not necessarily. I was just curious. The total, when you mentioned the operating budget, has it gone up yearly? The total operating budget, I think you said, was $3.2 million. Is that right?
3.9.
3.9 million.
So RYASAP as an organization, we merged with Swarm Hub last year, and then the Bridgeport Child Advocacy Coalition also merged, so it increased by $1 million last year from 2.9. And it's been about steady at 2.9 for 5 years prior.
Mm-hmm. And how long has the organization been established?
Since 1985.
Wow. Okay. You've been there a while yourself?
I've been there since January of 19.
Okay. Great.
So
Thank you.
Just over a year.
Appreciate
it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Testani. Thank you, Mr. Donnell. Appreciate you being here tonight. And best of luck with your service.
Everybody have a good night. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Okay, Lifebridge Community Services, page 111. We have with us the Executive Director, Alan Mathis, and the Chief Behavioral Health Officer, Mr. Cary Astro. So, Mr. Mathis, welcome.
Well, thank you very much for making a way to be here in spite of very, very difficult times. First of all, I'd like to say that we've worked in one way or another with Fairfield Counseling Services for several decades. And for the last 5 or 6 years, we've been the direct provider of services in Fairfield. We're a licensed mental health and addiction treatment center, and we offer both those services with to the residents within the town of Fairfield. And through your support, we were able to provide services last year to 705 people providing over 1,130 psychiatric and medication management visits, close to 1,349 family counseling sessions, and 6,720 individual counseling sessions. We have had a long relationship working with the fire department, with the police department, and we have answered their calls during this recent pandemic. We are a direct care provider organization, and in spite of all the dislocation from the pandemic, we have not missed one day on the job. I would say that during this pandemic, we've made a concerted effort to be able to open up emergency call lines to make sure that calls from Fairfield residents would be answered, that no one missed medication. We set up a telephone line to do telephone counseling even before insurance companies had approved the protocol for us to be reimbursed. And we see the impact of the pandemic, how we believe that need is going to be even higher in the 6 months to a year following all the challenges that we've had. The evidence is clear as a direct care provider that we need to make sure that we're on the front lines as an essential provider of services. If you just look at the trends, our life expectancy is going down and the need for help is simply going up. So we've made our request for $175,000, and we would hope that you'd be able to partner with us on that. I can tell you very clearly that as a result of the pandemic, in the first several weeks alone, when we could not see people in our clinics, but were able to phone them, our agency lost $57,000 a week, around $224,000 in the month of March, but we were never absent. My Chief Behavioral Health Officer, Mr. Ostro, can give you some numbers about the work that we've been doing all along and during this pandemic. And I'll tell you, Mr. Ostro has about 30 years experience as a therapist himself, started his training as an intern in the town of Fairfield at Fairfield Counseling Services, and he personally volunteered to be on call 24 hours during this emergency, and he answered the phone calls that everyone had. So I don't know if Mr. Ostro would like to add anything to that, but we want you to know that we value the partnership. I know you recognize that Americans are stressed beyond belief in this moment, and that what we need to do is make sure that the infrastructure of our community mental health center is there. If you, one closing thought, Katie Rosenfeld, who is a town resident of Fairfield, is a person who's like the ever ready bunny, representing us with Fairfield Cares and with NAMI, and talking to kids at schools. And we want to continue what we're doing. In fact, we want to do even better in the year to come. Carrie, would you like to add anything?
I would. Thanks, Alan. I just want to make sure. So can you actually hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I heard one. Good.
Yes, we
Great.
can.
That's great. Thank you. So thank you for the time. Fairfield Counseling Services works with the neediest people in Fairfield, often with no insurance or insurance that is lacking. And since the pandemic started, we have answered 307 crisis calls from just the town of Fairfield. We've conducted 460 telehealth sessions to 241 unique individuals, and that's just in the last 3 weeks. And that's beyond just behavioral health. We've connected people with immediate housing needs. We've connected people who have issues getting to pharmacies. We've been a community hub. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm sorry for the dogs barking. I usually can't get through 5 minutes of a conversation without my dogs barking.
That's okay. Thank you both. Thank you both for your service, and thank you for being here. And I'll turn it over to the board for questions. Mrs. Marmion.
Thank you. I just want to know, is what you provide, Lifebridge counseling and the Lifebridge and the counseling services, is that unique in Fairfield? In other words, is there any other organization, or let's look at our town, we don't provide these services, correct? You're unique in providing these services.
Well, the town doesn't provide them. Some communities try to do that, but we're more cost effective, and we've done it for a long time. So I don't know of any other organization with the situated in a town with the history and level of commitment to town residents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Just a couple. Mr. Ostrow, I don't know whether you want to address this or Mr. Mathis, but in regards to your comments, Mr. Ostrow, I just want to thank you very much for those, especially with some of the information you just gave us about the services you've been able to provide during the pandemic. Has that been an uptick significantly of cases that you've been asked to handle and calls that have been coming in?
It was definitely an uptick in the amount of crisis calls. We're getting calls from people who previously hadn't reached out to us, people who we thought had been doing well with their behavioral health. I'm sure that everyone on this call is feeling a level of stress and discomfort from what's going on, and so it's not unusual that this would ratchet up for people who are already having difficulty managing their everyday lives and have underlying behavioral health issues. So even though we have our phone lines are open, we don't experience this number of calls as we have during the last month or so.
And do you think a lot of that has to do with some of these stay-at-home orders?
I think that everything that's new is adding to the extra level of stress. I don't think we're used to staying at home. I don't think we're used to having this type of meeting where we're all, doing our best to listen on the phone and see each other and dress a certain way so that we're appropriate for the video. It's just different. And for many people, different causes people anxiety. It has them questioning how they manage their daily lives. Many of our clients, our current clients, are socially isolated. Every once in a while, America talks about behavioral health. This is one of those moments. But the rest of the time, I think that for many of us, we don't talk about it. The world looks at it as a little bit shameful. And so people become socially isolated. And this is not helping. It's tough. It's just raising people's level of anxiety and stress, and they feel less connected. So they're reaching out to people that they know us.
Okay. Do you see this as continuing, say, past June 30th? And the increase continuing past then? So like an uptick in the services that you're going to need to supply going into what we call a municipal year?
It would seem extremely likely that this is going to go on for a while, and that people who are reaching out now will want to continue services. I think that the conversation about mental health and well-being and wellness is more in the forefront now. I think so. I would be surprised if there wasn't an uptick for the rest of this year.
Okay. And are you get emergency calls? I mean, did you mention that you get involved in suicide prevention?
Yeah. So basically, we have a 24/7 emergency line for crisis, and it ends up eventually coming to my cell phone. Clients are calling with what you would expect. Can I talk to my counselor? My medication isn't working the way it used to be. But I'm also getting calls. I got a call about a half an hour ago saying, I'm going to get kicked out of my apartment. I don't know where to go. 211 gave me your number. Can you help me? And so we talked about different options. I have a laundry list of community providers that do things differently than us, and we're connecting them to that. Every once in a while, someone calls, and I'm a therapist, and so I can tell they're in crisis, and either I make a determination that I could talk them down, or, sorry about that, I make a determination I could talk them down, or we call EMS.
Okay. Are you going to have to hire more staff in the coming year to handle this increased volume?
That's certainly something that we're looking into. We hire our staff based on the amount of volume. So as volume rises, we're going to need more staff.
Okay. You had mentioned earlier that you'd lost in the month of March, I think it's $240,000 or $270,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is your organization applying for the Paycheck Protection Program, or have you applied for it?
Yes, we have applied for it.
Okay, so that should cover you for a couple of months with rent, everything, like I had spoken to the last person about, or at least the next couple of months?
It helps over the next couple of months, but we actually were sort of irrevocably harmed by our need to re-engineer to go to telephonic counseling and all that entails, while at the same time, people who could have had a small insurance payment with coverage, we were unable to realize any of those reimbursements. So you have to sort of look at it like this. For every unit of service, without your support, we would take a loss on. With every unit of service, without your support, we would take a loss. Then imagine that's a little bit of reimbursement that we would have been entitled to. We did not receive, but we made every effort to re-engineer so that no person in the town had a bad outcome as a result of this. So we worked harder, and then those funds are not reimbursable through the PPP. So whatever we lost during the time of transition while we were still being good helpers, that disables us a little bit and creates a gap for us. But the good thing is we did exactly the right thing. We did the thing we were supposed to do, and that's what it's all about. I hope you agree.
Do you guys does your organization service other towns other than Fairfield?
Yes, we do service Bridgeport.
So it's just Fairfield and Bridgeport?
Fairfield and Bridgeport for licensed mental health and addiction services.
Do you privately fundraise?
Yes, and actually last year we had a very successful event in the town of Fairfield at the Country Club, which allowed us to have a very decent year. We have a lot of wonderful board members, long time Fairfield residents who are on our board. Regretfully, our our fundraiser for this year, which was slated to raise $400,000, we had to cancel because of the governor's executive order. So that's another challenge. But again, people like Steve Finnegan and all of those folks from the town of Fairfield that work with us say, hey, if you do the right thing, people would reward your effort. And that's what we're looking for. So the work goes forward.
When you say postponed, when you say canceled, do you mean postponed or do you mean truly canceled for the year?
I mean truly canceled. I mean truly canceled. We will make an appeal to folks, but it's not the same energy. Besides, in order to raise funds, you have to be able to talk with people and be with people. I think this is fine, but it's really hard to cultivate over the phone, and it's very hard to cultivate fundraising when the stock market is dropping by 30% because of the pandemic. It's a hard thing to get to. I think we would agree.
I totally agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Feel free to ask this question because I'm going to ask it of all the not-for-profits. What is your total operating budget?
Our budget in our Fairfield operations is $945,000 annually. Overall, the agency's budget is closer to, I'm going to say 8.6, 8.9 million.
So not ish million, and we're 945. So clearly, Bridgeport's taking a lot more of your time than Fairfield.
No, that's not. That would be inaccurate. We have a operation in New Haven County, which is for senior nutrition, which is self-sustaining, which is nearly a third of the budget. And then we also have a statewide service to provide interpreting for the deaf. So it would not be a correct way of saying that that everything else is Bridgeport, and certainly our attention is not bifurcated. We try to do a very excellent job wherever we're called in to help.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll just say thank you for the work you do, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Have a great night. Stay safe.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the Discovery Museum, page 115. We have Ms. Sarah Trapacelli here with us, the Director of Education and Strategy. So welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. So the Discovery Museum is a wonderful non-for-profit in Bridgeport. We're right on the Bridgeport-Fairfield border. We offer informal STEAM learning. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Our goal is to use the unique resources that we have to help students learn to think scientifically about the world that they see and help learners of all ages inspire their wonder and ignite creativity, as well as learn how to become scientifically minded citizens of our global community. The funding that we have requested from the town of Fairfield goes towards the field trips that the students in the town of Fairfield take to the museum each year. Every year, we have far more demand than we are able to meet. We actually usually use up all of that funding by the end of the fall semester. So it is certainly something that is in high demand. Teachers really appreciate the work that we do because it's all aligned to their curriculum standards and needs. So we're really supporting the education that's going on during the school day. We have a variety of unique resources at our disposal, including a planetarium, a science on a sphere, and a challenger center, which are things that no other institution in their area can boast. And through those, as well as through our hands-on classroom experiences, we're able to offer a variety of educational experiences that really are able to give students a well-rounded view of what science and science thinking can do for them. So we are very excited to continue working with the town of Fairfield. And we look forward to seeing you. Hopefully the school year will be back up and running come the fall, and we look forward to continuing to have those field trips.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comments. So the approved budget is $24,000.
Okay.
Right. You did ask for $34,500, it looks like.
Yes. So every year, like I said, the demand far outstrips what we have available in terms of the funding. What we do is we try to maximize every dollar. So any program that is booked by the town of Fairfield, we actually provide a 20% discount. So that way your funds stretch as far as possible. And with that, we actually are able to offer usually much closer to about $28,000 worth of programming. That being said, our Challenger Center, the missions that we do for Challenger are these simulated space missions. So the students are able to see themselves in a mission control and a spacecraft environment. They're able to take on the roles of adult scientists and astronauts and really take ownership of their mission. And there's a lot of problem solving and collaboration that come as part of those missions, which, as I said, are very immersive. I actually did a Challenger mission as a student, and it really is an experience that sticks with you and gives you an entirely new idea in terms of what your relationship to science is. So we have found that traditionally the Challenger missions are one of the things that we are not able to fit into the budget as it exists, but there is a high demand for them. So rather than having the Challenger missions and the other field trips all come out of one bucket as we have in the past, the additional request for funding this year was to hopefully enable us to add on Challenger missions as sort of their own separate bucket to make sure every fifth grader in the town of Fairfield would be able to have that experience and that we wouldn't run out of funding before they could.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Okay. Obviously, we're in a tough budget year. We cut back 5%. What would that do to your programming?
That would mean that we would have a few fewer trips that might be able to happen. Although I will say in the face of this pandemic, we have started a new initiative for digital programs. We actually just launched our new digital discovery platform. We had a custom-built online learning management system for our programs. And those programs are things that we've been rolling out over the last few weeks. We do see that they're going to be able to continue to grow. So it may mean a shift in what our programming looks like. We've always worked with the district in terms of how to prioritize how the funding is spent so that we're meeting the needs of the teachers as the curriculum coordinator has requested. So if there are budget cuts being made, that would just mean we have that conversation about, what can we shift to digital while still maintaining the integrity of the programs, and, how can we still continue to maximize every dollar.
What's kind of the breakout of how you raise money? You raise money by going to the towns during this process, and you probably go to all your local communities, correct?
So we do some fundraising with the towns. We also have some programs that we charge for. We have some federal grant funding, some state funding. We have some private funding from a variety of foundations and families. So we have quite a diverse portfolio there.
And have you been receiving additional funding from any of those other sources, or have the general public been increasing in the amount of visits they come to a year in the last year?
We have seen an uptick in terms of a lot of our sales with things like Boy and Girl Scout programs. We've seen, some additional admissions. We also just redid our planetarium. We went under a full renovation, and we got an entirely new system in there this past fall. So we've seen a huge uptick in our planetarium crowds as well.
I presume, like some of the other people, we brought up the PPP program pursuant to the CARES Act. I presume you know what that is, correct?
Yes, we have applied. We have not heard back yet whether we will be receiving any funding, but we have applied.
And obviously, you've probably seen a dramatic decrease in the amount of people. Are you closed now, or how does that work right now?
Yes, we have been closed. We've been closed to the public since March 13th, but as I said, we have moved to a fully digital platform. So we are still having extremely high engagement. We've been putting out free content every week, and we've been continuing to add to our digital roster. So we've been, producing new planetarium content that we've put out in sort of a 2D format for people to stream in their homes. We've been as active as ever.
That's great. But I presume that the programs paid at the door have obviously caused you to lose revenue, correct?
Yes, there is some revenue that's lost by our loss of admissions, but we are fortunate enough that we do have, as I said, a lot of grant funding where we've been able to sort of shift the focus of some of these things to help us move remotely. So we are able to maintain a good portion of our operations, just not people walking in the door.
Okay, so it really hasn't affected you that much.
I mean, it's certainly been an impact. We very much miss seeing everybody in our building, and, it certainly has been a revenue hit, but we anticipate that we are going to be bouncing back fully.
Okay. Do you have an endowment that you draw off of?
We do have a few small endowments for a variety of different things, none for general operating. They're all for sort of very specific, discrete items.
Okay. So nothing that benefits your yearly budget as a whole, because there's specific.
Not to my knowledge.
Targeted things. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, next is the Audubon Society, page 117, and we have with us Ms. Shari Greenblatt, Southwest Regional Director. Welcome.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you for having me. I am from Connecticut Audubon Society, and for those of you who are not familiar, the Connecticut Audubon Society conserves Connecticut's environment through science-based education and advocacy focused on the state's bird population and its habitat. Since 1972, Connecticut Audubon has been providing countless educational and recreational activities for Fairfield residents at our two facilities in town. One is the Birdcraft Museum, and the other is at the center at Fairfield. And we have a sanctuary on Burr Street that offers 150 acres of wetlands and 7 miles of trails, and two of which are handicap accessible, and we provide them to the residents at no charge. The program we're seeking funding for is for our CANE program, and the CANE program stands for the Connecticut Audubon Nature Explorers, and it is a program that supplies direct support and programs to the Fairfield school system. It's a staple of the public school system and public school science curriculum for grades K, 1, and 2, and has been a staple for just about 45 years. Our staff works directly with elementary school classrooms throughout the town, and we coordinate all aspects of the program, including classroom materials, preparation, and training of approximately 400 parent volunteers. We provide firsthand learning to in our sanctuaries to the students and throughout nature sites in town. And our programming really enhances the learning of our Fairfield students, and the program's designed to reduce the burden on teachers because we're using curriculum that is really reinforcing what they're already teaching. We are asking for $15,000 for this program, and this is the amount that we've asked for in previous years, and that's pretty much it in terms of what I need to say. But I'm open to hear some questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Any questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Yes. Good evening. Thank you for being here, and thank you for explaining what the Connecticut Audubon Society does for the town. I love the trails that you have, so I know a little bit about what we do. Has the money that we've been giving you in previous years always been used for this cane program?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the exact same thing. Is there, do you have any way, the previous woman who spoke in regards to Discovery Museum talked about producing some type of content that's available online? Is there any type of content that you're able to provide online?
You're in light of the pandemic, you mean, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we have been, we quickly pivoted to virtual learning for students that come to our center. We have a number of programs that come from Fairfield and also from Bridgeport, students that come in March, April, and May. That's actually our busiest month. And our educators have quickly pivoted to provide distance learning for our teachers. So we have both virtual lesson plans and hard copy lessons plans for kids who don't have access to Wi-Fi or computers. And it's a work in progress, but we're able to provide them with services. And it's been a really kind of beneficial experience for us and for the teachers. It's strengthened our relationship with our teachers and has really helped us think outside the box and has really helped, we hope, provide the teachers with some much needed content during this crisis.
Excellent. Has your revenue stream been affected by the pandemic?
Yes. I'd say in Fairfield, our biggest concern is summer camp. We are unclear whether or not we're going to be running it, but that is a big source of revenue for us, and we know we will not be making our financial goal if we do run it, because we know we'll have people dropping out, and we may not be able to run it at all. So that is a big concern.
Okay. It'll all obviously be dependent upon these stay-at-home orders and things that you have to deal with.
Exactly.
Are you already getting people dropping out?
We have a mixed bag. We've asked people to please be patient. We're waiting to get guidelines from the state and from the CDC. And then we've had people who've registered even just this past weekend. So it's a real mixed bag so far. Okay.
I presume that you're another agency that's probably filed for this PPP program?
We have, but we have not. We were very quick to apply, but we have not heard yet.
And what other towns do you receive funding from?
For our Fairfield, our Fairfield Nature Center, we don't receive funding. We have facilities throughout the state, but the funding that we're requesting for is specifically for our Fairfield Nature Center.
Okay. And do you have a endowment that you draw off of?
It's a very small, limited, restricted endowment that it really doesn't affect our budget.
Okay, so that does not go to pay any type of operating costs in your budget?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Greenblatt, thank you for being here.
Okay, thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Okay, next on to the Fairfield Museum and History Center. That would be on page 121. We have our executive director with us. Michael, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for having the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. It's been an interesting time. Since 1905, so for the past 115 years, the Fairfield Museum has been a central presence in our community. We're the sole repository that collects the history, material, culture, and stories that define who we are as a community. Over the past few years, we welcome about 30 to 32,000 visitors a year. Many of those from outside our community, and many of those drive significant amount of related economic impact for the community. That was up until about a month ago. We also do school programs for about 4,500 school kids, the vast majority of those from Fairfield Public Schools. We see all third and fifth graders through our award-winning educational programs. We also do a wide range of educational programming for seniors, for families, and really for every age demographic in the community. We have, for those of you who have not been there, we're a museum. We are a library as well that holds a very extensive collection of Fairfield's town history and town records. And we are an education center that reaches a very broad audience throughout our entire community. So the funding that we have asked for is level funding that we've received over the past several years. And this funding specifically supports the educational programming we do for Fairfield schools and for the seniors, both at the Senior Center and the other privately held senior community organizations in town. Be happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Mr. DeWitt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. Just again, what's your total budget, operating budget?
Our budget varies year to year, but it's about $1,030,000 roughly every year.
$1 million. Okay, great. And I see that you asked for an increase, and we're bumped back down to last year's $50,000. What was the increase for?
Well, that's correct. I mean, the increase was really to reflect the increased amount of investment that we do for expanding school group and senior populations that we serve from the town. We are a private nonprofit, and town funding represents only about 4% of the cost to operate the museum. The rest of it is raised through private dollars. So it was really just to reflect the fact that over the past, I believe, 6 or 7 years since we've been receiving this level of funding, the participation and the expense on our part to serve these communities has expanded considerably.
Great, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Any other questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Kelly, I know you've been on, so these kind of are getting repetitive. I presume you applied for the PPP program to protect your employees' pay and help you pay rent and other expenses that are permitted with that program?
We have. Fortunately, we only pay the town $1 a year in rent, so that's covered. But the PPP we have applied for, we have not received any funding as of yet. We're hoping in this next round of national funding that there'll be some room for us.
That's good. Do you have work on a calendar year budget, or do you work on a municipal year like the town does, like July 1st?
We're on a fiscal year budget like the town, so our fiscal year begins July 1.
Okay. And is your budget increasing for this coming year?
The budget is actually going to be severely curtailed. You know, we rely quite a bit on public programming and for special events for our for raising money. And so it's impossible to tell right now. We're exploring really a whole range of scenarios from slightly optimistic to dire. I think it's our general consensus that the ongoing effects of this from social distancing and concerns for health will have an impact on our program participation, will have an impact on the number of people who want to come to special events and gather for those. So we have, you know, like the other organizations who have spoken before me, we have pivoted very quickly and at considerable expense. While we've furloughed about half of our staff currently, the rest of our staff, we've been focused very intently on moving all of our school programs online. Spring is typically a very busy year for us. We see all of Fairfield's 3rd and 5th graders come through pretty much every day from mid-March through the end of the school year. We only saw about 5 of those school groups before things were shut down by the public schools. And so that's a big loss of opportunity for those grade levels to participate in these programs, which have been a very significant part of enrichment for the curriculum that they study. And so we've been working very closely with Mike Cummings and Greg Pugliasi at the schools to be able to develop those teacher-supported programs. So we've moved a lot of those online. We're piloting the 3rd grade program this week. We'll be doing the 5th grade program starting next week. That's a long way of saying that, you know, we're concerned that in the coming fiscal year, the school group participation, the public program participation, and the special event fundraisers that we do will all be impacted. And so we're anticipating a significantly retrenched budget in the coming year.
And can you give me a sense on how like revenue's gone down since you probably closed in mid-March, and what, you know, if you're forced to keep stay-at-home orders in place after July 1st, or even social distancing where you're only allowed to have a certain number of people in, where you see that going?
Well, you know, we've lost about $25,000 to $30,000 so far since we've closed, primarily from the loss of other school visits. While we do, through this town support, provides programs for Fairfield students, we do take fees from other towns for their school programs, and all of those has been canceled as well. So we've lost a significant chunk of our earned income this year. You know, we are monitoring, like every other organization, the ongoing closure. Our hope is to be able to get back open to limited opportunities, you know, by June, certainly by the end of May, if possible. But it's a wait and see. You know, we respect the town and the state's guidelines on that, and we look constantly at how we can adjust appropriately. I think that, you know, right now, much like the Audubon was talking about, we're focusing on summer camp, and we're doing all that we can to make those programs as safe for our students as possible. We're fortunate that many of those programs are offered outside, and we work with small numbers of students, and so we're able to make them safer. So it's literally a daily evolving process that we're working with our team to adapt to.
Do you have an endowment you can draw off of?
We do have an endowment that provides, that has historically provided about 20% of our operating support. That has been, like all endowments, significantly impacted, and so we're anticipating that we'll be curtailing that draw significantly going forward into the next fiscal year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeff.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Haley, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity, and appreciate all that you're doing to support the town.
Thank you. Okay, our last nonprofit for the night on page 125, Grasmere on Park Adult Day Services. We have our Vice President of Community Services, Ms. Elizabeth Zakari, with us. Good evening.
Good evening. I want to make sure you can hear me okay.
We can hear you. Just, you know, I noticed that you were approved for $35,000. You can make your comments and then we could talk about the numbers, but you were approved for $35,000, which is a 22% decrease from this year's budget of $45,000. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'll turn it over to you for your comments, and then we can talk about that number a little bit. Thank you.
Sure, I will. I just want to make sure that you all have a perspective on what the Adult Day program is. The program, which is operated by Jewish Senior Services, has a long history of providing adult care services in the community, particularly Fairfield. And you may know that at one point in time, we actually absorbed the town of Fairfield's Adult Day program. So our commitment to the town of Fairfield is very strong. It always has been. The medical model program is a unique program that plays an important role in the healthcare system. It provides the clients with clinical supervision and assistance during their daily programming. It is a medical program staffed by nurses and nursing assistants. Our nurses managed a caseload this year of 102 participants. Approximately 29 of those individuals were Fairfield residents. And of those residents, 89% had special needs related to Alzheimer's and or some form of dementia. The level of care that is being provided has continually increased over the years. And the true benefit of the program is that it allows older adults with significant needs to live in the home of their choice as long as they can. Without the services of the day program, as well as the commitment of their family caregivers, these individuals would be in a much higher level of care. The program serves to provide those family caregivers the ability to continue their employment and to gain some respite from the constant caregiving priorities that individuals who care for these participants, incur in the day-to-day of their life. The objective of the program is to provide those individuals with not only the supportive needs, the medical needs, but also a socially and stimulating environment for them. Our request this year for $35,000, as you noted, represents a reduction of $5,000 over last year, and it's really because our estimate in terms of our operating expenses, which will be at approximately $862,000, we wanted to look specifically at a request from the town that reflects the 29% of the individuals that are represented there, which would equal about $35,000. So that's why we came in at a request of $35,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Questions from the board, Mr. DeWitt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. Ms. Zakari, I just want to thank you so much. Over the last 3 years, you've taken your budget from 65 to 45 to 35. You went down 10,000 this year. And I know we don't talk to you every year, but I know this is the amount you've requested. And I can tell you as a taxpayer and someone I think who I think you guys give amazing service here. I really appreciate the fact that you're actually asking for less when things like 29% is being served. So I can't thank you enough.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a really challenging time for us. I did want you to be aware that we, in the true concern for our participants, we closed the program in mid-March. Our residents and that live at the Jewish home, as well as the participants in the program at Grasmere Park, are among the, as you know, the highest risk individuals in the community. And we felt that it was our obligation to ensure the safety of those individuals and not bring them to the campus. So the adult day program did cease its on-site operations in mid-March. However, all of those participants continue to receive nursing, care management services. Our nurses are in constant contact with those families, ensuring that if they need additional supportive services at home, that they receive them. We also deliver 70 meals a week to those participants who typically would get breakfast and lunch on site, and so we are providing those meals on an ongoing basis. Our early memory loss program, which is a newer program within Grasmere Park, which has really just been a phenomenal program and very popular in the town. And in fact, we started a program at the Bigelow Center as an extension of that just in the last quarter. That program continues to run virtually and free of charge, providing real engagement for individuals that are now harboring at home without socialization and who continue to need the stimulation for the early memory loss issues. And it's creating a peer-to-peer support group, as well as the facilitation by the recreation therapists who do that work, and that continues to go on free of charge. But we're looking forward, as we have high hopes that as the pandemic gets under control, that we will bring those individuals back to campus where they can receive the richness of all the services we provide.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Seeing none. Seeing none. Going once, twice. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, and thank you for the work you do. Appreciate
the budget. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Good night. Okay, so moving on with the agenda, again, we're going to move legal to right above contingency after unemployment compensation, and we're going to go to retiree benefits. We will discuss our pension and OPEB, which in the budget book is on page 269, but we will go through a document, and we have Mr. Stefan, who's with us, Stefan Chikarda, if I'm pronouncing that right, I hope.
Chikarda.
Okay, well,
yes,
welcome.
Chikarda. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. So just so, you know, for the benefit of the public and for our board members, we're going to go through this document that was sent to us, correct? It says Town of Fairfield Pension Plans.
We can, if you want, you know, that would just be me speaking, you know, or I don't know what we've done in the past. I've opened it up and just focused on whatever questions the board may have, whatever suits you guys best.
Well, what we've done in the past is you sent the document over, there's 29 pages to it.
Yep, that's what, hopefully I can highlight a couple pages in there.
Yes, correct. We don't need to go through 29 pages. But the board may want to come back and ask some questions from those pages. So if we could hit the highlights.
Okay, we can do that. I mean, I guess the first highlight would be on pages 4 and 5, which shows how the...
Mr. Matola, I'm sorry.
Is this the document that says Town of Fairfield Employees Retirement System Actuarial Evaluation Report, July 1, 2019?
It is.
That's the one? Okay, I just want to make sure.
It's the review of the actual valuation results.
It's the review. So there's 29 pages to it.
Okay.
Yeah, because there might have been 2 valuation reports as well. So
right.
I want to make sure you got the right document.
Could you clarify which one we received, Jim?
All right, we received them all. But the one that we're going over says Town of Fairfield Pension Plans Review of July 1, 2019 Actuarial Valuation Results. It says April 21, 2020. Okay, so let me just, on the second page, okay, there's a presentation overview. Okay, can you guys see my screen? I go like that?
Move it up a little bit.
Gotta hold up a little higher.
And back toward you, yeah.
When was that sent, just so I know I can find it? I have 3 other documents up, but I don't think I have that one.
Okay,
that was part of the one with the agenda on it. And
it was
an agenda today. Is it there?
It's called 4/21/20 backup for BOF budget hearing.
Okay, I'll find it, guys. Thank
I got 3 backups, Chris.
There's only one file called backup. There were 3, when Jen sent the agenda out, there were 4 links. One was agenda, 3 said backup. There were 3 individual files. and only one is called 042120 BOF backup.
This was sent yesterday?
There was an email sent this morning
Today.
at 8:21 a.m.
From Jen Carpenter. Yep.
This one out here.
Come out.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll wait a couple minutes. I mean, let me know if you have it.
I don't think I got one this morning.
Me either.
I have one from yesterday, but it
There was
doesn't
one
have
from
any of the
yesterday.
actuarial report. It says agenda and backup for 4/21/20 budget hearing, but that document you referred to is not in here, I don't believe.
Caitlin, when was this sent?
I'm looking. You sent a couple links today.
You did. I don't think
Also.
it's part of this, though.
Jen sent a file on, hold on, today at 12:15.
12:15.
And it says, yep, and it says you've all received the update for tonight's meeting. And if you go down a little lower, there's 3 files. You just have to click and get the backup. It's one of the 3 backups. The 3 backups are the 3 things we're speaking about tonight.
Okay, so these are different backups from what was sent yesterday.
No, they're the same one. Jen
No.
resent because the meeting minutes, because the meeting changed from 7:30 to 7. But they're the exact same, right, Caitlin?
Yes.
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 Sorry,
Three
Mr. Brown.
backup plans.
I'm sorry, but the
Right.
title says actuarial valuation report, right? That's the one we're referring to?
That is
No.
not. Town of Fairfield
No.
pension plans is what.
I see it now, guys. It's there.
Yeah.
It's attached to the document that starts with a memo, I think, from Caitlin, right? And then there's some black
Yes.
and white, and if you keep scrolling down, it's a nice color presentation from Hooker and Holt.
Yes. It's right behind the Aon couple pages.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Looks
Yeah.
like this.
Yep, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Sorry about the confusion.
Not a problem.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay, so we're all on the same page, right? You got it? Okay.
Well, we've all got the document. All right.
Well, yeah, at least we all have the document. We'll start, as you suggest, on page 4.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Walsh, but
So
did you
page-
have a question though, Jim?
No, no. I'll take my hand down. It was about something else.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So typically, when we do the valuations, we look at the town as one valuation and the police and fire separately. Obviously, you aggregate for your budgeting purposes, so that's why the numbers are a little smaller than you would probably typically see. So this is a town. Both plans form pretty much the same. One of the things that happened this year was the assets did not perform as well as we would like them to. They only earned about 5.2% for both plans. So this is just kind of a quick cash flow for the town as well. And then the police are on the page 5. Just make sure you understand that. If there's any questions on that, I think it's pretty straightforward. The contributions you put in, benefit payments that went out, and income, and your beginning ending values. But a quick comment would be that when we develop the ADEC and do the funding, we use an actual value of assets, which is a smooth value of assets, and we smooth assets over 5 years, the gains and losses based on expected to actual market value. Okay. Page 6 is just what I mentioned, those gains and losses and how they're smooth. We don't want to get into too much detail. I want to make sure to be cognizant of your guys' time. Feel free to jump in quick, if there's a question you want to address while we're there. Otherwise, I'll just keep moving on. I don't want to go too fast. Page 7 kind of shows the historical rates of return that the plan has had. You can see, again, for funding purposes, we use that orange marks. That's the actual value of assets, and you can see they've been around 5% over the last 4 or 5 years. So they're not performing as well as we want. Our assumptions have been grading down right now. The last 2 years have been at 7%. So there's losses that are incurred each year for that. So I won't really get into page 8 and 9. It's just a quick snapshot of the census data that we used, the head counts, and some, demographic statistics. Not overly important unless there's something you'd want to specify, look at. There is a typo on page 9. That's not 19. That head count, the active count should be 197, but the rest of the numbers are fine. A couple of quick comments. The main thing is that your overall contribution requirement went from 9.6 billion to just over 10.1 million. That's mostly due to asset losses that have occurred, and those are, you have over 3 of the 5 years that we smooth assets. There's been losses. Right now, the actual value is a little higher. There's over $1 million in each plan that are unrecognized still, built up pent-up losses. Next point would be that we do amortize your unfunded liability, which is the difference between your accrued liability you're expected to pay out versus the assets, and that liability is was amortized over 25 years back in 16. For this valuation, that's at 22 years. That's kind of similar to how you would amortize a mortgage payment. As I mentioned, you have 2.3 million accumulated losses in the plan. One of the things that we know, the town plan, I'm not sure if everybody's aware, it's been closed to new entrants. So over time, those costs will eventually go down. As the plan's closed, there's no new entrants earning benefits. So there's no new people coming in, as all the new entrants are going into the DC plan. The contribution, as I said, is 10.1 million based on the assumption we settled on. It could have gone a little higher if we chose some other more aggressive assumptions. But based on all the things that are going on right now, we chose to stay with where we're at. Seemed like a good point. I don't know if I'm going too fast. I'm not used to just churning through this. Can't read the audience as well. Any questions so far?
Any questions so far? From pages 1 through 10. Okay, looks like we're okay.
All right. The next few pages are just some backup information, kind of a breakdown. Page 11 is just a breakdown of how to develop the contribution between the police and fire in the town. So there's no, it's comparing last year to this year. So nothing earth-shattering there, but just kind of some background so you see where the numbers are. Skip page 12, 13. It's just showing a couple different assumptions. And I talk about importance of certain assumptions, certainly the investment return assumption, why it's powerful and how it helps the plan. It's key to have the right investment assumption set. Page 15 kind of shows a breakdown of the pension fund revenue. You have employee contributions, employer contributions, but the bulk of overall the earnings tends to be from investment. So it's kind of important that we have the right mix in there. Maybe we can touch base on page 17. One of the things we do at H&H, we kind of look at, we analyze all 160 municipalities' CAFRs, which is their consolidated annual financial statements. We kind of look at that and kind of get some information and how you compare to your peers. And page 17 just kind of shows where everybody is on the long-term rate of return assumption. You guys are currently at 7%. You can see you're kind of in the middle. You're a little high on that, as the average has dropped down to 6.81 as of 6/30 or the 7/1/19. So you're still a little high, but not terribly off the mark. Another key one that we show is how you compare in your funded ratio compared to everybody else. Your plans are in right around 83, 84%. So that's on the higher side, which is a good place to be. There's a lot of benefits to be over 80% funded. I don't know. Question? Go ahead.
What are those benefits?
One of the benefits tends to be when you go to, rating agencies look at how well funded the plans are. And one of the things that they look at, they say, historically about to be credit neutral is in the 70 to 80% range. And then if you want to get the high rates to be the strong side, when they rate you, you want to be over 90% funded. that's to get like a Standard & Poor's highest rating that they would give a town. Does that make sense to you? So
Yes.
that's kind of how they use that. Tends to be better funded as credit positive. We'll think of it that way.
Which is what we have. We have the highest rating by Standard & Poor's, correct?
I don't know for sure, but you're probably definitely one of their higher ratings, being there around the 85% mark.
Yes, we're AAA. We're the highest rating, but of course.
So you're doing a good job there. See, would jump up.
Well, excuse me,
Yes, the next-
Stephen, I have a question on the discount rate. You're saying the average is 6.81.
Correct.
So
So as I said, you were a little higher.
Yeah, we're at 7, and the average now is 6.81. So these other municipalities must be bringing their discount rate down.
Yeah, and we have been as ill as this one. I don't know how many years ago it was over 8%. So most towns have been stepping it down to whatever they can, what best suits them. Obviously it's a big step to drop a quarter basis, 25 basis points down. We've been doing an eighth of a percent each year, 12.5 basis points each year. This year we decided to stay at 7% because there's a bunch of different changes going on. The key one being that you were changing investment managers, and we don't know where their capital market assumptions are going to lie, and where they changed the asset allocation. So we didn't want to be monkeying around too much with that scenario right now. I think we'll probably look at that again come 7/1/20 when we do that valuation to maybe get find out what that target is.
I wonder, well, on the municipalities that are 90 to 99% funded, I wonder what their discount rate is, if there's a correlation to what the municipalities are funded to what the discount rate is, or it's all over.
It's going to be, I don't think it's directly, that they're lower, that they're higher, that they're better funded. You can kind of look at that as well. I think it's both up and down. I think towns that tend to have a smaller discount, lower discount rate, have been aggressive. Some of those plans tend to be, may have been closed for a while to new entrants. So they have more of a retiree base, which tends to need, they may not be funded fully. They may be doing a pay-as-you-go type of thing. So they tend to use a lower discount rate because they have a shorter duration. There are some that we still have that are, pushing to 7.5, 7.75, but obviously everybody's been getting talked down because it's very hard to go out in the marketplace and get a long-term rate of return over 7% anywhere. It just doesn't seem, it's not there.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, let's continue.
I know on page 20, I kind of talk about lowering the discount rate, some of the key things, the long-term and short-term impact of that. Short-term, obviously, is higher liabilities, lower funding ratios, and bigger contributions. But sometimes, a lot of times, you look at the long-term, what does that mean? Lower investment assumption means you probably most likely will meet or exceed that assumption, so you'll start to accumulate gains instead of losses, which has been happening the last couple of years. Over the long term, you'll have a better stability of your contribution levels. Also, it'll decrease pressure on the future taxpayers. And as I mentioned earlier, it's credit positive as well. Page 21 updated the projections from last year to this year. This shows, based on our current assumptions, and that's at 7% in current mortality, we can expect to be just over $10 million for the two plans for the next 4 or 5 years. But again, I'll throw in the caveat, this was all before coronavirus hit when I did these projections. I don't know what it's going to be right now. I don't know if anybody can tell you what it's going to be right now because the market changes every day. One day it's up, one day it's down. So it's very difficult to tell that. What we could do is kind of talk about the impact of, say, the plan becomes another $30 million underfunded. What is that going to mean? $30 million, if we take a $30 million unfunded and we allocate that and amortize that over the 22 years kind of thing, that's probably an increase of about $2.5 million. So we can kind of look at a number that way to get a better idea as opposed to trying to predict where the assets are going to be in the next couple of years. So that can kind of give you the impact of what a change a drop, an increase in your unfunded liability will be due to you.
Mr. DeWitt.
But those numbers are smoothed, right, Stephen? We always talk about the smoothing, right?
Well, it just turns out that they kind of looked at their smooth.
Yeah.
And what we kind of have, the police are continuing to earn new benefits, but as you can see, the town plan's costs are going down. And that's, again, because it's a closed plan. So long term, eventually that's going to trickle down to zero, but I don't know how many years left that is. You think about your youngest participant and say that person's 30 years old until you're no longer paying benefits. That could be until they're 80. So it's going to be a long time, but it'll start to drop pretty quickly because once they stop accruing benefits and they're just in pay status, you'll have a good chunk coming out. Over $2.5 million, I think that was, if we went back a few pages.
But when you're talking about the long term, you're talking about 20 million or 30 million over 20 years, or the number was. I mean, you're not going to see dramatic changes. I mean, and I realize this data is from pre-corona, right? But
correct.
Because this is so far looking, I mean, is this corona thing going to be a blip, or is it going to be ultimately smooth at some point?
Yeah, I think you'll get back to where it's been. It'll smooth out. I think there'll be some pain probably when we do next year's valuation, because when we measure the assets at 6/30, that's that's when those numbers will hit, and that'll be in your 21-22 budget cycle. That's when we'll probably see a blip. That 10 million number could be 12 or 13 or 14. I don't know what it's going to be, but we're pretty sure it's going to be a lot higher, right?
Yeah.
And then it'll probably trickle down.
So it really be a 1 or 2 year blip.
It might be a 1 or 2 years, right? Depends on how fast the market rebounds. I don't know that, and I don't think anybody right now knows that. Anybody that tells you they know that, they're lying to you. But you can kind of just prepare yourself to understand what's going to happen and what impact it will have on you.
Right. No, I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
No, it's not the first time I had the question. So.
Okay. Before we move on, we have Mr. Bateson has a question. Mr. Bateson.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim. I believe is it Stephen?
Stephen.
I got a quick question. You just mentioned, I want to make sure I got my facts straight. When you talk about a possible $30 million swing in the plan assets, are you talking the market value or actuarial?
Well, we'll say the market value. We'll almost consider them the same, right? I'm just kind of giving you an idea. If the unfunded liability goes up by 30 million, then you can expect, and we amortize that over 21 years, or maybe we decide that year to measure that loss over 25 years to kind of spread it out a little longer. But 30 million will get you roughly about a $2.5 million increase to amortize that per year.
A $2.5 million increase in my ADEC going out. So in other words, on page 21, it would be $2.5 million over the next 5 years. I believe your amortization period is 5 years, right?
No, it would be over 20 years, right? But again, that may change. If we do 21 years, which would be at 2020 in this year, or say we amortize that specific change over 25 years, it's still going to be about a $2.5 million number for every 30 million. I figured that was an easy way to kind of quantify it.
Okay, given what this valuation I'm looking at right now is as of 7/1/19.
Correct.
Given what's happened in the markets and Corona, it sounds like a $30 million swing in the unfunded liability is a possibility. Correct?
Absolutely, I would agree with that. So we could expect, if no other assumptions are changed, that the contribution could spike up to another $2.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates.
That would be for the over that period of time. So for the next 5 years, you could expect those contributions up $2.5 million.
Oh well, let's all pray the market returns.
Yeah.
Great, Mrs. Charlton.
Yes, Stephen, I think you may have answered the question, but I just wanted to understand it better. So the presumed actuarial losses that we'll have because of the investments, you said we would be amortizing those over 21 years. Did I hear that right?
Okay, there's two different things. So the losses on an asset basis get smoothed over 5 years. But what I was saying is, so whatever that new actuarial value is, that change between what we expected to be in the unfunded liability, say the unfunded liability is now 50 million, and with the drop in market, say it went up another 30 million. So I was just trying to quantify that change in your unfunded liability, which would be the unfunded liability would get amortized over to 20 plus years. That change in your asset value, that loss will get recognized over 5 years.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
5 years. All right. And then the unfunded liability in the 21 years for the unfunded liability, what's the basis for that? Is that the remaining service, or is that
that's kind of past service cost that's not funded, right? So that's your liabilities over your assets. That unfunded liability is that shortfall that your assets have.
No, I'm asking where the
your liability
of 21 years comes from. What does the 21 years represent?
So that was set at 25 years, which tends back in 2016, and that tended to be most likely based on the expected working lifetime of your active workforce, because that's kind of when you want to pay that out over.
Got it.
Going forward after a few more years, then we may see a difference between the police and fire plan, which is open, versus the town plan, as those entrants drop off. That there would be a shorter period going forward, over time.
Yeah, 25 years sounds. So the average retirement age is what then?
For which group?
Okay, I'm just.
Police and fire probably can go.
Okay, so first of all, it's 25 years, not 21, and you said that's the remaining service period of the active employees.
Okay. When it was set back in 2016, most likely it was probably set based on what you would expect the active working group, how long they're going to be working for. So, say on the town side, that would be, say, a 40-year-old, your average population is 40, and retirement age is 65. That's kind of how you get that 25. For police, maybe they were 30 and they go to 55. So that's where you got to get that 25 years.
Okay, I got it. All right, the 5 years for the impact of the
asset gains or
change in the unfunded liability as a result of the decline in the market value of the investment. So whatever that is, that's going to be measured as of July 1 of this year.
Correct.
And so 1/5 of that is going to be the amount that impacts our funding, our required funding for next year.
That'll directly impact the asset value. So say your assets drop 30 million.
No,
you're
I
probably
understand.
going to only recognize 5. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, going to Mr. Walsh and then Mr. Testani. Mr. Walsh?
Stefan, thanks for being here. Thanks for your review. Where are we with mortality rates? What is the current mortality rate as an assumption?
The underlying assumption that we use is the RP 2014 MP 2019 improvement scale. So back in 14-15, with 14 table came out, which is a 2006 base year table that came out. That's what we're using. And every year since 15, there's been a new improvement scale that they put out based on experience. I'm sure when they take into impact of the coronavirus, that'll change the improvement scale as well. Every year since it's come out, there's been a slight improvement, meaning people are not living as long as they had originally anticipated. But most recently, there was another set of tables that just came out in January of 19, and those are more specifically geared towards public mortality. And those tables are divvied up into three sectors. You have your general employees, which would be your town employees, your custodians, those kind of people. Then you have a group that's teachers and administrators. And then you have another table for safety personnel, which would be your police and fire type of people. Those tables tend to be a little more heavily weighted, so they say those people tend to live longer under those tables. We're in the process of looking at those tables to see about adopting them for this plan. But we expect that to increase the cost as well by another $1.5 million to $1.8 million.
Yeah, because I've heard that there was something going on with the mortality rates that the pension board was looking at because we had the wrong mortality rate. So you're not saying that we're not been using the wrong ones.
No.
You're saying that there's you think that there might be more accurate mortality rates that apply to municipalities.
And it's hard to say whether it is or isn't, but they are the tables that are more geared towards the public sector. And towns, because there's been a huge impact of them, have been kind of analyzing those tables, looking at them to see if it makes sense to blindly adopt them, or maybe, they might do an experience study to see how it measures up to what their actual experience is. Or another way is to phase those new tables in from the current tables. So we've done all three.
How many municipalities do you work with in the state of Connecticut?
Me personally, or our firm?
Your firm.
And I'm not going to know either answer, but it's fairly high. I probably do 25 plus. Firm, I don't know specifically. I got to be 75 to 100. I don't know for sure. But I did do a presentation for the town of Newton where I talked about that. I don't know that off the top of my head. Sorry.
Well, any of the firms that you specifically work with, any of the municipalities, are they using the more updated municipality mortality rates that came out in January of 2008?
Some are not.
How many
so
are?
Probably 50-50, I would say.
Is the trend more to using these mortality rates for the municipalities?
The trend will be, and they have looked at them, and they say they'll probably adopt them within the next 2 or 3 years. I would probably expect over 75% within 3 years to be using new tables.
And have you had conversations with our pension board regarding it?
We did talk about them briefly.
And what was the consensus of those conversations, the best you could summarize?
The consensus that we may want to look at those. Thought was to do an experience study and look at them at 6:30. The next real measurement would be 6:30 when we do a disclosure.
Okay.
And then that would implement them for the next valuation cycle.
Okay. And if we were to go to them, you're saying it would hit us to the negative by about $1.8 million?
Roughly, yes.
Is that just on the town side or on the police and fire, or is it combined?
That's combined.
Are there any other assumptions that's been changed within the last year in regards to any of the pension funds?
No.
All right. What would happen if we did not follow the ARC this year and we were to deduct money from what's proposed, which is the ARC funding? And would that money be spread out over a 25-year actuarial plan?
It doesn't quite work the way you're saying.
Okay, explain it to me.
If you don't fully fund the ARC, then it talks about, how does it impact you negatively? One could be one of the things the credit agencies look at is how you're funding the plan. So why we always, certainly on the pension side, we recommend funding the ARC because it keeps you credit positive. It keeps your funding percentage. We tend to find that towns that are better funded tend to be fully funding their ARC, and those ones that are probably under that 80% are not fully funding their ARC. So that's certainly one of the better reasons for funding it. Another key reason is for generational equity. That means the people, the way it's designed and the ADA could develop, it's developing a cost for the employees that are currently working for their time. So over their period of time, you're actually funding the benefits that they've earned. Whereas if you start to push it down the road, you're going to put the burden on future generations of taxpayers. And then that's where you get that inequity, kind of generational inequity.
Okay. I understand that, Stefan. Here's our issue. We have a pandemic that is hitting us right now, and we have a very stressed budget. And I guess we have to look at everything. And I'm not talking about underfunding it going forward. What I'm looking for is our taxpayers are under a lot of stress right now with their jobs, with their income, with their investments, with their investment income. many different things.
Yep.
And I want to know what would be the effect for 1 year of not funding to the arts. Are you saying that would have a dramatic effect with the credit agencies?
I'm not saying that. I don't know, because this is kind of worldwide, national, on a national level. I don't know how they're going to view this. I'm sure you're not going to be the only town that's going to be thinking of something like that. I don't know how they're going to look at things like that. I know what they've historically, how they looked at it in the past. I can't predict the future of how they're going to look at it and what kind of, how are they going to downgrade your rating or not. I don't know that. I'm not sure if they know that yet, because I don't think this hasn't ended fully. So I understand you have tough decisions on how you're going to manage this.
Yeah. And we can put money into the pension fund at any time we want, correct? There's not just one time like the budget. I mean, so for example, when our Board of Finance ends up in the end of the year, the town ends up with a surplus. Say in a given year, not this year, we've been told there's not going to be anything, not even our budgeted surplus is going to be there. But in future years, we've had surpluses of $2, $3, $4 million. We could throw, say we cut $1 million off this year. We could throw in another year, throw $1 million towards it. While I know we would have lost a year of investment, it would be a way to make up for potentially in 1 year underfunding the art, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not quite, you can't say you underfund 1 year $1 million and overfund the next year $1 million. It's not an apple to apple, so to speak.
Yeah, because of the loss of investment money. Yeah, because of loss of investment. So say we didn't fund $1 million this year, but the next year we had a surplus and we threw 1.5 or $1.8 million at it. We'd probably more than make up for that loss, correct?
Would you more than make up? I don't know that for a fact, but you would certainly eat away at that loss.
Okay. But if we took $1 million out this year, certainly we're not losing $800,000 worth of investment return in 1 year, correct? On that $1 million,
I think it's a longer thing. And why I always tell it's better to put money in than to not put it in sooner than later, just because you get the use of the money. Obviously, what would be the benefit of putting money in now? If we're all thinking that the market is going to go up, you're buying low, and you're going to get more value for your money in the long term, right? By putting that $1 million in today, you might earn a lot more if the market shoots back up. If it continues to go down, then no.
Unless we head into a recession and the market continues to go down, then that was a bad decision.
Yeah. And again, I don't know that. That's not my expertise in predicting which way the market's going to go. I'm trying to give you more information so you can make the educated decision what's best for the town. Okay. My recommendation would always be to put the money in, but again, I don't know the big picture that you're dealing with.
Okay, but as you said, there may be a lot of other communities that may be going through the same thing. Have any of your clients, let me ask this, have they done that, where they were normally funding the ARC and this year that they've approved budgets for already, have not funded to the ARC this year?
No one has told me that they're not funding the ARC yet this year. Again, we won't see that fully until we do the 630 disclosures. Mm-hmm. That won't be until October.
Are people asking the questions? Same questions we're asking?
More or less in the same line. Yeah. You're not unique. It's hit everybody, and they're all looking at different ways. Some are looking at it, in the bigger picture. So I've had towns where they haven't adopted the mortality. They want to know, okay, what are we going to expect to happen next year? What's my budget going to be impact next year? If they, but they're not talking about not making the ARC, but they're really looking at what's the impact going to be next year, and it may be a $4 million type number, and they're just preparing themselves for that. When I look at towns at your same size,
a $4 million. What is $4 million? I don't understand what is the $4 million number.
So they're looking at it, what the impact's going to be, and if they have roughly a 25% decrease in their assets, and they adopt the new mortality and continue to drop their discount rate by 1/8 of a point, they expect the contribution and that's the closest I could come to, you know, your situation, the impact that it would have on your next year's ADEC.
Is there talk about reducing our discount rate by 1/8 of a point?
You know, there's definitely been talk about continuing to lower the discount rate and to get to a certain point, and I don't know if that's been fully, we know what that is. There was a lot of talk in the last board meeting, whether that target's 6 3/4, 6.5. Again, like I mentioned, they want to wait until see how the transition goes from your old investment manager to your new investment manager, and to see what that asset lineup's going to be. Granted, it's not the best time that they switch, as more all of a sudden the pandemic hit. But I think that's what they want to look at, because there was talk that there's going to be some shifting of funds, and so we'd have to look at, again, when we set the discount rate, we look at what the long-term expected rate of return is based on the capital market assumptions.
Right.
And we come up with a weighted average of what that is.
Do you look at where our funds are invested?
We do. We get information from your investment advisor. They tell us, you know, based on asset allocation and what they expect the long-term rate of return is going to be for each group that it is, and the percentage weighting of that, and then we come up with that rate to see if you're on target with the way your currently asset mix is. Is it really, are you expected to earn that over the long term?
Okay. And how's our investments been doing for like the last year? Just below what the 7%?
Last year they got 5.2 on a market basis. Just see if bear with me 1 second as I'm looking in the report.
Yeah.
So on a market basis, you had 5.2, 8.6, 10.1, 1.2, 2.6 over the last 5 years. So that was about a 5.5 average on a market basis.
Okay.
On a split basis, worked out to be.
Didn't the market perform well last year?
8.6. Got to remember, if you measured at 6:30, if you measured at 12:31, absolutely. So what you're going to have when we measure at 6:30, from 7/1 to 12/31, rates were great, right? But now from 1/1 to 6:30, as we know, everything's tanked a little bit. So I don't know what that overall that's going to be. I'm assuming it's going to be negative. So you got to remember, you measure assets on a fiscal basis, not a calendar.
Mm-hmm. Have there been any assets or asset allocations that have performed extremely poorly that you've seen?
Have I seen? Certainly, I don't know the specifics. I didn't look at analysis of which clients have had poor, worse returns than you. You tend to be probably in the average. Well, I say that median spot. There's certainly going to be outliers. 1 year, someone's going to do better than, I'm sure I had plans that did better than 5% this year. Did they do 8%? I can't, off the top of my head, remember any of them that I looked at that did that well. And then I've had some that'll do 1 or 2%.
If we were going to tell you we would underfund the ARC by $1 million, would you be able to tell us how much that, without everything else being the same, what that will cost us like next year?
Well, you think of it as that's $1 million less in assets that you have next year, so that your underfund is going to be going up. So at least that you have going to at least amortize that $1 million, right? So
over
that's going to be one thing. Over 21 years.
21 years, okay.
What's that? That's 86 to 90,000 roughly. So that's just that, and that's going to be for those 21 years that you're going to have that at a minimum.
Unless we
probably
made it
a little higher. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Testani, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Stefan. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Thanks for coming out. Just a quick kind of follow-up to Mr. Bates and Mr. Walsh's questions. I suppose we're all sort of around the same things, but in terms of some of the other towns and municipalities that Hooker and Holcomb's been dealing with, is there any preliminary data to support, some of the early assumptions that you've been taking on with regard to how the COVID could affect some of the numbers? Is there anything to show how, what kind of impact we could be looking at potentially to back up some of the claims that were, we could be coming our way?
Well, like I said, that's why I kind of used that 30 million number. That to me, that's going to be a direct impact that's going to flow through to your ADEC, right? If your unfunded liability goes up by $30 million on top of what you're currently, if everything else stay the same, another 30 million, if you have to amortize that's going to be another 2.5 million on top of your ADEC.
And I'm sorry, tell me where the 30 million came from again?
I just kind of pulled a number out to assume that the unfunded liability, so if your assets drop 30 million, right, and it may be more than that, right? I just picked a $30 million number. Most likely it's, if this plan, the two plans combined had 500 million and now it's 450, so your overall liability is going to go up 50 million. You're unfunded. That's what you have to amortize over the 21 years. And that's how I picked that. I don't know what the number is. I don't know what your asset values are currently today, but the talk has been, maybe it's higher than 30 million. I just wanted to give you a number that you can wrap your head around. So for every $30 million increase or drop in your assets, that could impact the unfunded liability by 30 million going up, which is amortized about 2.5 million that will flow to your ADEC.
Okay, and you just picked the 30 million out of tonight out of thin air, or did you base it off of some other criteria?
I felt it was probably something reasonable. It's an easy number to quantify, and maybe the number is 60 million. So instead of 2.5 million, it's going to go up 5 million, right? So I think it's kind of a placeholder. I don't know if that's truly how the changes in liabilities to assets.
Right.
But I think it was a good point. I thought it was something easy that you can keep in the back pocket and know that, and then simple math, if it goes up 60 million or 90 million, you know what that number is going to be pretty quickly.
Right. I'm asking because it would seem to me that other municipalities would want to use a similar criteria on how to get to Mr. Walsh's question on do we take $1 million as a hit, as an example, I think was the line of questioning he was using.
Yep.
So you're saying that you used a similar criteria when you've been speaking to other municipalities, roughly the size of Fairfield?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you're going to put X dollars in the plan, right? And it's going to it's going to add to your asset value at the end of the day. And if that doesn't grow enough or whatever that change is going to be the change in unfunded liability. So if we just kind of look at what that change is, that's going to help you understand the impact it's going to be.
Right.
The 1 million just going to compound it a little bit. I think right now the bigger thing is that the assets have dropped quite a bit, right?
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Steph.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going in order now. Who raised their hand? So it's Mr. Bateson and then Mrs. Charlton. Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Stefan, I want to go back to what Mr. Walsh was talking about. When we talk about the ADEC or the ARC, I too am entertaining that thought. What's the difference? I read your other report that was the actual plan report that was dated July. What is an overriding minimum contribution?
That's just a kind of a white paper that the society did saying what kind of where you're at. If you're paying out benefits more than in your the benefit, if what you're doing now is normal cost plus amortizing to the unfunded. But if your cash flow is negative enough that you're not going to be gaining ground if your benefits going out far exceed what's coming in, right? Because your assets going to be depleting faster than they can grow. So it's kind of a metric, and still nobody's required to fund that. So say your override minimum contribution is bigger than your ADEC, to help you increase your funded percentage, that may be your target.
Okay, in our case, our OMC is less than the ADEC.
Okay, that means you're on good basis of funding these plans.
Okay, so it seems to be saying that we do have wiggle room if we wanted to take a breather for a year, just for the unknown economic catastrophe that's before us for, let's say, the next year, that I could rationalize the fact that if I departed from the ADEC and went for the OMC for this year, I'm still abiding by principles that you adhere to. It's not like I'm doing anything objectionable. It's something that you're saying, well, you're departing, but it's not good, but at least there's some science behind what you're doing.
Yeah, and there's definitely implications if you continue to do something like that long term, because then you kind of, when we do GASB requires us to look at, will the plan have enough money to pay out benefits promised? Not so much on the pension side, but certainly on the OPEB side, you could be forced to have to do a depletion date calculation, and then that would mean you'd come up with a blended discount rate, which would be certainly lower than the 7%.
Could you, I have the, for both plans, police and fire in town, it looks like the ADEC is in excess of the OMC. Is there any way you could run something like that if we went with the OMC contribution this year? And get back to Mr. Walsh's fact of if we amortize that over the years, it's 80,000 something. Is that a difficult calculation for you to do?
No, that's not difficult. I mean, you're looking at if you underfunded a year. Again, the bigger picture is that the asset. I don't know what that asset change has been. I mean, I can tell you what the impact of underfunding $1 million is going to be. Sure. And we just did that pretty quickly. It's between 85 and 90,000 a year
for $1 million.
Next 20 years. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Second thing, to anybody on this call that's on the Joint Retirement Board, and Stefan, I understand from an actuarial or a paid professional point of view that the 7% discount rate, we might want to move down from that. I would strongly urge anybody that's on that board that just now is not the time to be considering that. If there's any way we can push that.
That won't come up again until 7/1/20, right?
Until when?
That won't come up till, when we do the next valuation, and we wouldn't be talking about that until after Christmas next year. And we won't be talking about until 2021.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bateson. Mrs. Charlton.
Thank you. I'm just reacting to some of the comments I heard, and I realize that this is not so much of a question for you, Stefan, as it's something we're going to have to go back and discuss among the board. But it just strikes me that this is probably, I have a different view. This is not a great time to not fully fund the plan. We have a significant amount of cash on hand that is earning almost nothing right now. We are talking about positive cash flow in these plans, but these are the numbers that are being presented here are a year old. They're, clearly shaping up to be negative this year, right? I mean, the market is down, depending on the day, 25%. So if our investments are performing anything like that, they're going to be down, the 30 million that you talked about. So, given that, I'm not sure why we would try to do that. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. I wanted to get your reaction to that, particularly because it seems like we have a couple of other headwinds coming at us that are negative as well. Ed just talked about the 7% return, and sure, you could push to keep that if you're trying to engineer the contribution that you want to make, but 7% has been too high. So if we were trying to get a more accurate projection on a long-term rate of return, that's that looks like it's been high. And realistically, that should probably inch down. So that would be a negative. I think I heard the mortality rate would be a negative. We have a huge impact from the market rate of our investments. And so all that is shaping up to be negative, with potentially significant negative cash flow next year. So I guess I'm just not sure why, this would be the right time to do what we're suggesting when we have cash on hand that, is earning near zero from from an investment perspective. Our fund balance that the town has, $35 million that we have. So just wanted to and I heard your point earlier that if, funding it now, obviously, when you put money in, when the market is hopefully, I'm not going to say it's at the low point, but it's lower than it's been. We really don't know how much we could be losing by not investing, by not making full contribution right now. So I guess just want to get your reaction, and I'm not, obviously we'll have different views and we have to figure it out. But what is your recommendation, kind of given what you've heard and where we are? What would be the most prudent thing to do?
Well, I mean, I usually go by based on what the assumptions are and what we come up with. And again, that's going to be your 2021 recommendation, right? To put that 10 million in. The current year is 9.6 million, right?
Right.
That ends at 630. I don't know if you've already made that contribution or not, and which one you're talking about. That's being bandied about, not maybe cutting back $1 million or not.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at not doing it now, and then we have like a triple whammy hitting us the following year. With all of this, the negative impact of all of this potentially. So anyway, maybe it's not a fair question to ask you, and it's something that we'll just have to discuss.
I thought you gave me more good comments. You kind of give me a viewpoint, and I appreciate that. And I agree. I mean, you kind of look at things, in a good way of thinking of things, and I don't know, in the grand scheme of things, town of Fairfield, what their net position is, their cash flow. They're I'm sure there's a lot of people with their hands out, and you're being pulled in a lot of different ways. My goal here is really to give you guys the best information possible that you can make a prudent decision with, and understands the pros and cons of everything.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate that. And when I hear things, particularly around the 7% return, is sort of my background as an auditor. It's just my antenna go up. That should be an assumption that's rooted in data, and not something that's reverse engineered to give us a contribution number that we're comfortable with. So I get it, and there's judgment there, and there's a range of what's acceptable, but it does seem to me that we've been on the high side. So again, we have multiple kind of headwinds coming at us, and I realize this data is a year old, but here we are. We all know what's happening in the world, and this just doesn't seem to be a wise time to be, to be cutting back, given that we have cash.
So the way you've just stated that is, so say if you had already dropped the rate to by an eighth of a point to 6.875 or something, you could already say, because you stayed at 7%, you've already cut back on that $1 million, but I think it's more like a 650 is for an eighth of a percent change, that the contribution would go up.
Yeah.
So you can almost think of it that way, that you've already done that haircut, so to speak, by staying at 7%.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Charlton. Are there any other comments? Okay, I would just say this. Yeah, I would say that this will be a debate that we'll have in further discussions, because, the fund balance, although $34 million seems like a lot of money, that's something else the credit agencies look at, and we have to stay within our policy. And it's also money that, we're not going to fund it this year. We may, one way or another, we're going to go into it over the next year. It's either before or after. So I don't, that's not a cushion that I'm extremely comfortable with, just me personally. So we do have discussions about how we're going to get this year to a reasonable, if any, tax increase. And we're going to have to look at all of our levers, right? We're going to have to look at everything we have, including and foremost reducing costs. And we'll have a chance to look at our revenue, and we'll have a chance to look at the pension and OPEB, and we'll have a chance to look at our fund balance. We'll look at everything. But I appreciate your point of view, everyone's point of view on this. Is there any further comments, at least on this page? If not, Stefan, what other pages on pension did you want to review?
I mean, I think we've beaten pension pretty much to death. You know, I think you brought up all the
let's go to OPEB. Let's go to OPEB. Page 24.
Correct. Page 24. Again, so when we do an OPEB valuation, we do it in the even year. So this one, the last one was done 7/1/18, and it's for a two-year budget cycle, right? It's for the lat one was for the 1920 and the 2021. So the ADEC's already been determined for the 2021 fiscal year, and that's just under 9.7 million. You know, like you can have the same conversations that we just had on the pension side. Again, it's a big number. I mean, if you look at them together, it's about a $20 million number you're talking about between the two. Again, you're still not well enough funded in OPEB, so you're still not really paying anything out of the trust. You're trying to build that trust up. You know, I guess if you were going to pick one, and I don't recommend however you do this, you're going to short, you know, the ADEC on one side or the other. I would think it would be on the OPEB side and not the pension side. Again, like I said, by not paying the full ADEC, you know, you get into the point where when we do a calculation, we have to look at if there's going to be expected long cash flow to cover benefit payments for long term. And if the fund's going to run out of money, we have to do a depletion date calculation, as I mentioned, and that tends to lower the discount rate. It wouldn't be in fear on the pension side, but certainly on the OPEB side, it could be.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm having a little trouble hearing. You're on page
I'm sorry,
20.
my earbud popped out, so I'm on a speakerphone now. Otherwise, I have to call back in.
Okay. Okay, any questions on OPEB? Let's open it up to questions on OPEB. Mr. Walsh.
Stefan, just thanks for your brief analysis. And just tell me why you would short OPEB. Is that because we're more funded than most communities?
Well, that's going to have I mean, right now, if you're thinking about credit agencies or however you look at things, I mean, they do look at the net pension liability, which is your unfunded piece. They're going to focus more on the pension side, so it's going to be more favorable that you're fully funding your pension, because you know funding OPEB plans is still relatively new. There's a couple of charts on there that you can see on page 26 that shows you the percentage of plans that are funded or unfunded. There's still almost 60% of plans that aren't funding their OPEB plan benefits yet. So that you have more. I think you have more leeway of doing things with the OPEB than you do on the pension side. Pension is certainly scrutinized a lot more. Not that OPEB isn't, but I think it will have less of a negative impact if you're going to short one of them. It'll have less of a negative impact on the OPEB side than it would on the pension side. And if we look at page 27, you're in the 34% range funded. So you're there's 45% less worse off than you are of the plans that are actually funding their plans. So there's not a ton of them ahead of you either. So you're in a fairly strong position, whichever way you decide to go on the OPEB side. That makes sense? Yes, no?
Yes, it does. No, sorry, yes, it does.
Yes. Anything else? I mean, we'll be doing another OPEB valuation this year, and we'll be measuring the numbers. You probably don't have as big of a drop. I mean, you have a drop in, your assets on the OPEB side, but it's a much smaller pool, so you won't have as big of an impact negatively, or whichever way you go in this side.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, I am. I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, Jim, thanks. Stefan, quick thing. I'm trying to decipher, I believe it's page 25. I want to look at my percent funded of my OPEB liability, and it looks like it's 34%.
Correct. And that's,
Okay, 34%.
That's as of 6/30/19.
6/30/19, and then if I go to page 26, I am in the 20 to 39% range there, right? And that 12%?
Correct.
Okay. So we're doing...
So you're in the top 25%.
Compared to the other
of plans being
169 towns, we're doing really well.
Absolutely. That's all. I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's kind of the way you are on both sides, whether it's pension or, because I think you've had strong funding policies that you've adhered to. You know, and it's kind of put you into a position that you are in, you know, where the plans are well funded or you know, on the OPEB side in the right direction.
Except investing in Madoff.
So, Stefan, just a quick question. If I'm reading page 26 right, and I lost connection for a little bit, so sorry if this was already asked or you already said it, but is 57% of municipalities in this state aren't funding OPEB at all?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions on OPEB or this document? Okay, we're good then. And we're good with OPEB and pension, but just sticking, so Stefan, do you stay, I'm just going to ask a couple of questions on our 401A, which is part of our retirement benefits. But you may be done. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your time.
Yep. And remember, anything comes up, you can always forward on the questions to Caitlin. She can get in touch with me, and I'll be sure to answer them. Okay?
Okay. Thank you very
much. All right.
much.
Well, thank you for your time. Everybody have a good night, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Great job.
So, Ms. Bosky, on the 401A, any comments into the contribution this year? It's an increase, looks like, of 16%.
In the plan right now, there's 118 people. And so the max match is the up to 5%.
Okay. So, just for a reference, last year, I looked at the minutes, there was 100 people. So now there's 18 more people on the 401A. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. A question for Ms. Bossy. I see that I believe it was the Board of Selectmen reduced the retirement contributions by 97,000 some odd and increased police and fire by 185,000. What was that all about?
That was the adjusted pension number. It came directly from Hooker and Holcomb. Yeah. No, wait. No.
Oh, so that's just updated information.
Yes. That's on page 11 of the presentation we just went over. It's the updated number.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions on retiree benefits?
I know.
Good. Next.
No.
Fairfield Public School. Okay, do we all have that document? Looks like this.
Jim, could you bring that back a little bit toward you?
We have way too many people up with video on because I can't even see half the screens.
Okay, and we have Mr. Carlton Lindgren from Aon to
What
review
is the
this.
title? Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's town of, there's two, and we'll start with Fairfield, the town. July
So
1,
renewal
2020, renewal projection. Okay? Everybody has a thumbs up on that? Yep, that's it, John. Okay, so, Mr. Carlos, I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, Jim. Sorry, it's Ed Bateson. Where does this roll up into the budget? What page are we on? Does anyone know?
Yep, hold on.
Yeah, Caitlin, I'm looking for where this number goes in.
Yep, page 84.
84.
84.
Thank you. Sorry, Jim.
No problem. All right, Carlton, I'm going to turn it over to you. Can you hear me? You're on mute. At least you're on mute on the computer. Can you unmute him, Dave? Okay. Carlton, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay. Hold on, I just got to get my headphone in here.
Okay, so maybe we'll start with the gross number and work our way backwards if people want the detail. And it looks like for the town, the gross number is on page 6 of this document.
Right. Well, okay, it might be easier to go to page 3 of the document.
Okay, let's go to page 3 then.
Okay, so if we want to go right to the gross number, all the way on the right-hand side in that last column under total, you see $20,862,043. That's the budget projection for the town in total. The two numbers to the left of that, $8,114,000 and the $12,747,000, are the split by active and retiree. Okay. And that represents, for just the active population, a 5.9% increase over prior year's rates, 4.2% for the retirees, and if you add the active and retirees together, the overall increase is 5.3.
Hey, Jim, sorry, it's Ed Bateson again.
Go ahead, Ed.
To Caitlin. Caitlin, where's the reconciliation where we can get from Carlton's number to the split between the WPCA and the town?
I'll handle that if you don't mind. Carlton, I don't mean to jump in on you, but if we could go to page 6. Carlton is right. However, our retirees' health care is taken up by OPEB. So that's not really relevant right now to our discussion since we're just only going to discuss active health care. So if you would go, please, to page 6 of Carlton's document. At the very furthest right-hand column, at the bottom, you're going to see two numbers. The $12,747,000, which we just looked at on page 3, and an adjusted number for the new employees we're contemplating adding because we would have to project health care for those additional employees. And when I had Carlton do the projection initially, we were thinking of 11 new employees. It's actually 10 at this point. So that $13,059 reflects his $12,747,000 base plus an allowance for the 11 employees. Since we're only contemplating adding 10, 7 of which are the ECC people, we're adjusting that $13,059 down by $28,000 and change, and the gross number that we're going to be operating off is $13,030,909. Now, if you ask how does that relate to page 84 in your budget book, there's a number in a squared heavy box total. It says $13,298,017. That was the earlier projection in November, I believe November. This 13030 is our updated February projection. And we are putting the adjustment, which is a favorable by about $200,000 in the Board of Finance adjustment schedule. We will reflect the adjustment downward from the 13298 to the 13030.
Okay, to our favor.
To your favor. Ed,
All
are
right.
you good?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry.
yeah, I just wanted, I thought we split this between the town and WPCA though.
Oh, yeah, we do. And I'm sorry, I didn't further go through that. Yes, if you look to the left of that total box on page 84, you'll see where we split it, general fund and WPCA, and it's split on full-time equivalent basis.
Okay, so the general fund is what I'm looking at in the town budget, and the WPCA is what I'll see in the self-supporting.
Yes, forgive me.
That's
and
the
both
reconciliation.
of those numbers are going to be adjusted favorably. That's going to go on the Board of Finance adjustment schedule that you can either accept or not accept, but we're going to capture that for you.
And you're going to have when you propose that, do you have that adjustment now for all 11 employees?
Yes.
Okay.
I have the adjustment now for the employees, for the new employees with the better favorable number. Instead,
okay.
on the general fund, instead of 11,267,057, the number would be 11,052,251.
Okay. Caitlin, could you just get that to the board, please?
Sure.
Great. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Let me go around. Mrs. Charlton had her hand up first.
Thank you. So, Linda, just to clarify, without the new hires, the amount is the $12,747,000, and that includes positions that are currently vacant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that extra $300,000 is solely for the additional FTEs in the budget.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Charlton. Mr. Walsh, you are next.
Remember that.
On page, what the number on page 6 would be if we funded the ECC new employees, but nothing else.
Hey, Jim, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't.
You hear me yet? Can you hear me? Mr. Brown?
I know I can hear you, Jim Walsh.
Jim, can you hear us?
I can hear you too, Jim.
I think Jim Brown's having an issue. Why don't you continue, Mr. Walsh?
I think we need Jim back, I guess.
I think his question was going to be if the $300,000 was the delta, right, for the new employees, but how much of that is just the ECC employees?
Right.
Actually, it's the reverse. I'll leave the ECC people in there.
Yeah.
It's actually, what could the reduction be if we were to remove the other new FTEs added to this budget other than ECC?
How about if I give it to you on a per employee basis? The number.
That's a great point, Jim.
The number for each.
Guys, hold on a second. Look, for FOI reasons, don't call out, okay? Unless I call on you, it's for FOI reasons, okay? So where are we at? Mrs. Gardner?
Yes, I was going to answer a question by Jim Walsh. Jim, we added $28,328 for each new employee. So for every employee you would contemplate removing from the budget, you could remove 28,328.
And in addition to the ECC employees, which were 7, correct?
Correct.
There are 4 other positions, new positions
Correct.
that the administration proposed and the Board of Select and
Correct.
approve? Okay, so I would take that 28,328 and multiply it by 4, correct?
Correct. If that is your intent.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Walsh?
Just one other question. Are we being reimbursed for the other 7 positions by Westport?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a spreadsheet on that I just haven't reviewed yet?
Yes, the ECC sent the proposal out, but simply enough, you could look in your revenue line. There's a line in there from the other towns.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. And I'm sorry, yeah, I'm going in and out a little bit, so I lost communication. But Mr. DeWitt, you had your hand up, I believe?
I just wanted a quick clarification because it kind of went in and out a little bit. Of the 11 employees shown, 7 of the employees are for the ECC. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mottola.
Yeah, I was going to follow up on Mr. DeWitt's question. So can we just, and I think I know where they are in the budget, but can we just get a list of the new employees that are proposed in this budget? And I guess my general question on that, are some of them police and fire? Does anyone know?
One is a fire inspector. I'll tell you what they are now, the 4. One is a fire inspector. One is a fire marshal inspector, right. One is the Community and Economic Development Business Outreach Coordinator, whatever that title will end up being. The third is the field school nurse. And the 4th one is eluding me. Grants writer? No, it's part-time. Park and Rec. Oh, Park and Rec youth coordinator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going from part-time to full-time there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, wouldn't one of them also be a senior citizen person? It wasn't one of those who's going from part-time to full-time?
Yes, that Bigelow Center Director is in our COVID cut, so we're assuming.
It is, okay.
We cut it back to basic part-time again.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm all set, Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mottola. And I do believe that list, right, Mr. Bremer, is in the budget book?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lindgren, anywhere else on the town that you would like to bring to our attention as you have in years past? I don't want to miss anything.
I think if we look at page 2, just quickly, this is the administrative charges that are being charged by Anthem. And you can see from the current July 2019 per employee per month charges over the July of 2020, we were able to negotiate flat renewal increases on virtually all of the admin fees. There's a 9.2% increase on the stop loss and a 1.9% increase on the dental, but the dental is for 2 years. So.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it for the town. I do have one other are there any questions on the town?
Yeah, before we go to Board of Ed, right, because we're going to go to Board of Ed next. Just want to make sure we're good with the town. Mrs. Charlton, you had a question?
Yes, just are these final at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the admin fees from Anthem are final. I mean, we could do one more iteration of this with information through March, because this is with claims data through February. So I think you guys generally finalize through either February or March. You know, that's up to you. That's up to you.
We normally use February because the data comes in too late for us to use March.
Yeah, okay.
When
I mean,
does
I
March
generally
data
produce a March a projection through March anyway, just to see if it went up or down. The data through March would be available sometime basically any day. So once we get that from all of the vendors, you know, we could update this through March. It would only take me like a day to do it.
Okay, Mr. Walsh, you have a question?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. Can we request the data through March as soon as it's available to the town?
Yes, we can. Ms. Fossey, can you get that information for us, please?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Okay, going over to Fairfield Public Schools. Carl, I'll turn it back over to you. Jim, you had another question?
Just as we're heading into just an initial question, and this has come from previous years, as Mr. Lehman knows. We were supposed to be using the same assumptions with both the town and the Board of Ed. Because a couple of years ago, we had a situation where you had spoken to the superintendent who requested that, I think it was on a mortality, I'm not sure, or experience, I think it might have been on the experience level. Something changed and was different from the town, and I just want to confirm that these are the same.
Okay, hold on.
Jim Walsh, this is Linda Gardner. Forgive me for interrupting. It was the trend. I don't think Carlton may remember, but it was the trend, right, number.
It was a trend.
Yeah, yes. Well, at that time, Mr. Walsh, the public schools budget calculation was done by Aon. And in this case, because they're part of the Connecticut Partnership Plan, the rates are set by the state of Connecticut. So I really don't have anything to do with developing the rate itself.
Okay.
And part of developing that rate would be a trend figure.
Okay.
So the state's using whatever trend they deem fit.
So it's all of their assumptions correct with that program?
It's all of their assumptions correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, no problem. So on the one-page document, you'll see all the way on the left-hand side, the top portion is medical and RX, the middle portion is dental, and then the bottom are the totals and employee contributions and so forth. So it's split by active, retiree under, and retiree over that are non-Medicare eligible. The reason we split those out is because the rates are different. So in the middle column under the 1920 heading, you can see the rates per employee, employee plus one, and family. And then on the far right-hand column are the 2021 rates, assuming a 6.5% increase. Now, there was some activity at the state this year that's going to cause some issues here, in that the Connecticut Partnership Plan used to be administered by United Healthcare. It still is as of today, but it was supposed to change back over to Anthem on 7/1 of 2020. Because of the COVID situation, they pushed it off to 10/1 of 20. And at the same time, instead of changing the rates on 7/1, they're going to change the rates on 10/1 of 20. But prior to that, we were told, or the guidance we were given by the state of Connecticut was that the increase was going to be 6.5%. 3 of that 6.5% is the general overall renewal increase. And an additional 3.5% is because you guys are in Fairfield County. The state has gone to a regional pricing approach based on, where the town's located in Connecticut. Okay, so that 6.5% increase would be over a 12-month period. And since those rates are going to change on 10/1, it's going to be something other than 6.5. Now, I spoke to the state today and still can't get them to confirm exactly what the renewal increase was going to be. But we do have in writing from them that, at least initially, the increase was going to be 6.5%. So that's what we've gone forward with. And I really don't think it's going to change much from that, if it changes at all. So if you multiply all the rates times the head counts, well, one other thing I should point out too is that last year when we did the rates, there were 1,333 medical participants and 1,440 dental participants. Now, apparently something happened at the board with teachers that when they do their open enrollment, they went from 1,269 active employees to 1,291. And not only was there an increase in the total number, but if you look at the line right above that, the active family, they went from 608 to 658. So the lives increased and the number of people in the family tier increases, which is going to increase your cost by quite a bit because families are obviously a lot more expensive. So the premium went from $29,617,000 in the current year to $32,290. Now, if you divide those numbers, the $32,290 divided by $29,617, it's not 6.5%. It's 9.1%. So 6.5% of that is due to the rate increase. The other 2.6% is due to the fact that the head counts went up and the changes within the tiers of those head counts.
Okay.
Everybody understand that? And questions?
Yeah, Jim.
Mr. Basin.
Yeah, Carlton, thanks for this. I want to clarify what numbers I'm looking at here for BOE. I'm looking at 1,269 is now 1,291. It looks like I picked up 40-something families, and I decreased the smaller plan, employee plus one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But
yeah, that's by virtue of turnover.
So in a sense, that means that I would look and see 30 new teachers. Okay, I'm trying to equate that to the head count in the BOE. I guess I'll do that at a separate time. But overall, it just doesn't make sense to me. But I would like to go back to this. Go ahead.
There were 22 more active employees on the public school side, but there's a gain of 50 in the family tier, and there's a reduction of 28 in the employee plus one tier. So not only did you gain
so it just sounds like teachers starting families, right?
Either that or teachers that left and the teachers that they hired had families. Yeah, either way.
Okay, all right, 6 one, half dozen the other. I get it.
Right.
I want to return to what you just said before about the state of Connecticut and zone pricing for health insurance. That kind of, I understood what you said about the 6.5%. They're going to be switching to Anthem effective October 1st. Where does that 3.5% zone premium for Fairfield County, how does that affect my 6.5%? Or is that baked into it?
Well, okay, so the Connecticut Partnership Plan used to be rated on its own experience, just the members of the Connecticut Partnership Plan. Now they've taken the Connecticut Partnership Plan experience and blended it into the entire state plan. So all the state of Connecticut employees and the partnership folks get rated together, okay? And I guess at some point, the state figured out that if you apply the same rate to every municipality within the state, then some of them are, funding others. It's obviously healthcare is more expensive down in southwestern Connecticut than it is in northeastern Connecticut. And they've gone to a regional pricing approach this year. And I could show you a listing of all the regions and the bumps or the decreases based on where you are.
Yeah, could you do that? Because this is, sure. I'm a little enraged about this. I mean, once again,
Right.
Fairfield
So
County
the
looks
base-
like we're getting screwed.
The base increase was 3%, and Fairfield got a plus 3.5 for location, basically location.
So if we
regionalized
were in
program.
Collin County, I'd be looking at a 3% number.
Well, I'd have to look at Tallinn specifically, but yeah, I believe actually Hartford County, and I'm doing this without going back and looking at the stuff, but I think Middlesex and Hartford counties are both decreases, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
That's a surprise.
That's the capital.
Yeah.
All right. I've had enough of this conversation. Thanks, Carlton.
Yeah. Not my idea, by the way. Just following what they tell me to do.
Sometimes it's tough to be the messenger. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Bates. Any other questions? I have one, but I want to go to the board. Mrs. Charlton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, first I would just like to remind my fellow board members, this shift to the family coverage among the employees, we heard that before from the Board of Ed, and that was the reason that they were over budget in their medical expenses for the current year in the last projection we looked at. So that wasn't a forecast on their part. That was the experience that they actually incurred this year. But I guess my question is more on the 6.5% projection. That hasn't changed from when we first got that number, when I first heard that number at least a couple of months ago. And I guess I'm surprised, given that the switch in plans is now being deferred till October. I'm curious what you think the risk is that increase will change, given just all the pressures on the system and hospitals and providers because of COVID. It just seems like there's a lot more cost in the system these days, and hospitals are under a lot of pressure. And I guess I'm surprised that we wouldn't see somewhat of a bump in the rates versus what we would have estimated a couple of months ago.
Right. Well, first, let me make that perfectly clear that the 6.5% increase would be as if it was over a full 12 months. So if they do implement a rate increase on 10/1, and they're going to, it's not going to be 6.5%. It's probably, if you took 6.5 and you truncated that down into over the 12 months, you truncated it down to 9 months, it's closer to an 8.7% increase. So that's probably because obviously the first 3 months you'd be continuing at the old rate. So overall, it's still a 6.5% increase, but the increase is going to look larger than that when it's implemented on 10/1. And then the fact surrounding COVID, we're not privy to what the state is doing in terms of projecting healthcare expenses, but I have to believe that they have taken that into consideration. Some of the modeling that we do for our other clients, suggests that at least at the beginning of this, for the first 4 or 5 months, that healthcare costs might actually go down. And that's due to the fact that, people just aren't going to office visits, specialist visits. They're not having elective surgeries, and in some cases can't have elective surgeries because the state won't allow. And then the COVID costs would catch up, months down the road. But again, we don't set these rates. We, Aon, don't set these rates. So I tried to get some information out of the state today, asking them if they were going to change for that very reason. Is COVID going to have an effect on these rates? And the answer I got was they'd be ready maybe next week for rates. So.
Okay, so these are preliminary at this point then.
They're preliminary, but since they've made them public already, I find that they'd have a difficult time, coming off those rates by much more than that.
Okay.
People are budgeting, and they understand that.
I'm sorry, when you say they must have taken it into consideration, they may have, but again, these rates haven't changed from what we heard before this crisis occurred. So that's why I'm surprised. Maybe we'll see a change. And I hear what you're saying. Maybe there's just a shift in the types of services that are provided, and that's, that'll have impact, but it seems like, now hospitals are being overwhelmed by COVID patients, and the elective procedures, which were the more profitable things that the system used to take care of, are not occurring. So it's hard to imagine that there won't be some fallout of this. I don't know what direction it goes in, but if you're going to hear more news next week, I guess we just have to stay tuned. When are the rates? When does that become final, though? And not until October, or when can we?
Oh, no. The rates are usually finalized by the end of April, first week of May.
Okay, so before we vote on our budget, we should know what those final rates are.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Charlton. I believe you said next week, so whatever updates you get back, Charlton, you'll take on over or send on over to our finance department?
Yep, we would update this document if there are any changes, yep.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Brown, this is Linda Gardner.
You gotta talk louder.
Mr. Brown, this is Linda Gardner. Can I interject here a little bit?
You may interject. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to finish up and kind of complete the circle for you, because we're discussing the mix between tiers and all that. Here's the bottom line. The dollar cost for the Board of Ed healthcare budget is that last number in the right-hand column, $25,876 and change. That's after the 9.1% increase, the deductions that the employees make. And I also want to remind you of two very important things. The budget after the First Select Woman's adjustment, the healthcare budget for the Board of Ed after the First Select Woman's $800,000 cut exceeds this number by $10,000. So as we speak here and now, the Board of Ed has sufficient funds to cover this number. And lastly, once the rates are set, this is a premium-based plan for the town. The town pays the premiums. It's not as if we have to make up an overage in claims. I'm sorry, Board of Ed. Thank you for that. The state is at risk for claims, and that's why they have this zone pricing, but they bear the risk, not the Board of Ed. Once they pay their premiums, that's it.
All right, so, Linda, what you're saying is there was some question on the Board of Ed, based on information they had, that the $800,000 reduction on the healthcare side of the 1.4 was down to $400,000 savings, right? But what you're saying is it's back up to $800,000.
Correct.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Mr. Walsh, you had your hand up, and then Mr. Testani.
Carlton, how are you? Yeah, I'm hearing kind of the same thing, and I'm reading articles about it, that actually the healthcare companies are all saving money right now because everyone's home. No one's getting into car accidents. They're all staying in their house. They're not falling outside. They're not getting hit by cars. They're not having elective surgeries. And that they should actually be giving everybody a return on some of the monies that we've invested because they're saving so much money. And that's one thing. So can you confirm that?
I believe that to be true. In fact, I had a call with actuaries yesterday who said that they're of the opinion that when people do go back to have their elective surgeries, stuff that has been canceled, the number of surgeries won't equal what would have taken place had nothing happened with COVID. So people become afraid to maybe even go back to the hospital.
Exactly, and that's what the article.
So in the short term, in fact, Mr. Walsh, I just heard a commercial that car insurance companies are refunding some premiums, but I haven't heard of any healthcare companies doing it yet.
No, I think people are asking about it now because of the money that they're saving. And there's pressure on their own health carriers because of all the money they want to see. And politicians are starting to ask the same questions about why should these insurance companies get rich off of pandemic? And they're going to be carefully scrutinizing these numbers. The other thing is that let's talk about the budget year and what could potentially happen. This COVID thing, based on all current numbers that are going, and the numbers will be significantly down. And, you know, the numbers seem to be being projected through August. And they should be significantly down and not really affecting the second quarter numbers at all for the next budget year. Unless there was a return, of which there will probably be social distancing.
Yeah, I mean, we actually have a modeling tool that takes all of those factors into consideration. You know, what states are mitigating until which date and so forth. And then it puts all this information together and comes up with we think it's going to cost X. Now, you know, I'll tell you as a numbers guy, since there's no historical precedent to go back and look at anything that's ever happened like this before, there are assumptions on top of assumptions. So, you know, the ranges that the modeler produces are pretty significant. Anything from, you know, you could save a small amount of money to it could cost you a lot of money. And those factors change daily, right? I heard today that the governor of Georgia was going to open Georgia. So if they do that, costs go back up. Even if you don't have folks in Georgia, people from Atlanta fly to New York, they might drive into Fairfield. I mean, you know, there's so many different factors that it's really, really hard, you know, to put your finger on what the number is going to be for the Fairfield Public Schools or the town of Fairfield.
Thank you.
I know that's not a real helpful answer, but it's a truthful one.
No, I think you're right, actually, with everything you said. So, you know, based on the reading I'm doing as well. So I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Testani?
Mr. Chairman, I don't hear anything.
No, I don't either. Sometimes I wonder if it's me, though. I've learned that half the time it's me and my computer.
No,
but
I don't.
Jack,
I
Jack,
don't hear any questions.
I didn't hear anything either, just for the record.
Okay, thank you. Jack, you're off mute now, but we still can't hear you. Jack, I'm gonna come back. Is there any other, Jack, I'll come back to you. I can't hear you. Are there any other questions? Okay, then. We'll be patient and give Mr. Testani another moment to get his headphones together. Jack, I'll give you one more minute. No. Okay, Jack.
Sorry.
Okay, you're with us. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to find out about the way the rates are calculated. It's done how the underwriting process works.
Like I mentioned when we started to talk about the public schools, we at Aon do not set the rates for the public schools. So they're set by the state of Connecticut. I assume they use the general underwriting principles that I would use like I do for the town. So they take, the latest 12 months of paid claim experience, they trend it forward, they add expenses. The state plan doesn't have any stop loss. So because of the size, there's 200,000 plus members in the state of Connecticut plan. So they don't need stop loss. They can absorb claimants with high claims. But they would add claims and expenses back in and come up with a rate. Does that help?
Mr. Testani? Do you have a follow-up?
No, I'm good, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, any further questions for Carlton? Seeing none, thank you again. And just, one last action item, any updates you have next week, please get to the finance department. And we're not going to vote to May 11th. So we'd like to have the latest information possible.
Yep, we sure will.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Thank you. Moving on to administrative in general, we're going to human resources. Basically, same page, 86. We're going to start with our risk manager, Mr. Patrick Egan, and Mr. Dan Roth from PMA, who's going to talk to us in regards to risk management, which is on page 89, workers' comp and the risk management claims. And it will lead to this document. You make sure you have it. You have a couple minutes. The Internal Service Fund document, projected June 30, 2021, and also June 30, 2020. Okay, so Mr. Egan, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So if you look at our workers' compensation line items on page 89, you'll see a overall decrease of 7.78%. That is with our claims handling, our work loss prevention, and our workers' compensation claims estimates. Inclusive of that, but right below it is our heart and hypertension line item, which is increased by 12.4%. And that is based off an average of the prior 4 fiscal years. Is there any questions regarding the workers' comp section?
Yeah, Jim. It's Ed Bateson. I have one. Yeah. Quick question on the heart and hypertension.
Yes.
Is that active employees or retired?
The H&H would be both. It is, there's a handful of retired employees, a handful of active employees. So it's a combination of both. Right.
So we still do have emergency service guys that are in service that are covered under heart and hypertension.
Yes, anybody hired before July 1st, 1996 is covered under the old heart and hypertension statute.
Okay, good. All right. I just wanted to know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bateson. Any further questions from the board? Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Egan, Jim Walsh, how are you?
Hi, Mr. Walsh, how are you?
Doing pretty well. So there's 562, it's going up because is that the normal way we do it? We take the 4 prior years and do an average?
Yes, it would be the 16, 17, 18, and 19. because those are the years that we have the actual numbers in on. And yes, so it's the average of those. And that is the way it's been historically done.
And how are numbers projecting for the current year so far against the $500,000 budget?
Yes, the current fiscal year, I know at the halfway point, we were about $25,000 ahead or over, and that was due to there was a contested claim that we did not prevail on, where we had to make a lump sum payment. Outside of that, we were tracking within budget.
So when you say ahead, that's a negative number, correct? That's to the bad?
Yes, over budget, yes. I believe that we're at about $275,000 as of the first of the year.
Okay, so you think we'll still project out to June 30th of 20 as being that approximately $525,000 worth of costs?
Yes, that's what we're tracking so far. I don't expect any, outliers jumping up on us. Of course, that could happen, but so far we seem to be with the exception of that bump, we seem to be tracking on budget with that.
Okay. This number should be tracking down though over time, correct? Because the amount the claimants are fixed. Correct? I'm sorry. The potential claimants are fixed as of the end of 1997, correct? So we should expect at some point that this will go down.
Well, what it is yes, the number of the people who can make the claim are people who were hired prior to July 1 of 96. Of course, a police officer or firefighter who's on the job today, who was hired prior to that date, who we don't have a claim for, could make a claim. Mm-hmm. So once all those folks are retired, then we could, for the most part, expect really no further claims under the old statute and just costs of claims that we have in the queue.
Okay, and the big outlier here is in fiscal year 19, where you had this $809,000 year, which obviously wasn't expected and certainly wasn't budgeted for because you lost. Is that because you lost a large claim or processed a large claim in that year?
Yeah, I was not here when that happened.
Sure,
so
I appreciate that.
I cannot speak to it.
Yep.
But I could. But yes, I would imagine it's because a large claim came in, or we lost a large claim.
It's Caitlin. I believe there was one large claim for $175,000 for that year. Yes.
Thank you, Caitlin. How many employees are still in police and fire that can make claims?
I would have to look at the employee hire dates. I can follow up with you with that information.
That would be great, Mr. Eaton. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Bateson.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Patrick, right?
Yes, sir.
Quick thing. I don't know how to bring this up. I believe I was on the Board of Selectmen when we had this case that was settled in 19. And I do remember, I'm not going to go into the specifics, but I didn't think the number was 175. I thought when it came that there was other pieces in that number and it was over 200. That's what I recall, but, we didn't take notes or anything in there, but I don't think, just going on a 4-year average, that number, when we settled that, it was reinforced to us several times that was a big number considering these cases. So I'm kind of uncomfortable including that in the 4-year average. Is there any way we could take that out and do a revised 4-year average? Because I don't think that's our average settlement. Is that something the town would be comfortable in considering? Because I do remember this number.
Ed,
I
believe
could certainly.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Go ahead, Caitlin.
There was a 200 number. 231,000 was our total H&H claims paid for the month of June. So that could be the 200 that you're referring to, Ed. And I thought within that 231 number was a large settlement for 175. But I can go back and look. I have the details because that's when that large payment.
Okay.
hit.
I just want to parallel up with what Walsh is saying. I do think that there's one number in here that's throwing off our 4-year average. And I remember sitting in this session in the attorney briefing us, and it was unusual. So I when we do 4-year running averages, if I'm including something unusual in there, it's not necessarily a 4-year running average. So I'd feel comfortable, if anybody was up for reducing this number, I'd feel comfortable going in that direction. That's where I am on this. I'm good, Jim. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bateson. I have a follow-up. So, Caitlin, you can run that number? You can take that out and run that number and we can see what it is?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Charlton?
Thank you. We could take that year out and rerun the number, but I thought I just heard that this current budget year we were at 525. Is that right?
562.
I'm sorry, no, they projected for fiscal 20.
Mr. Regan?
Yes, yes, sir. At the first of the year, at the halfway point, we're tracking 25,000 over budget.
Okay, so
correct.
so forget about the 4-year average. Just look at fiscal 20, and if we're running roughly 525, a 562 budget, that doesn't make me uncomfortable. I guess there's a lot of different ways you can do this, but I suppose we could always have a big claim, and you could argue that fiscal 19 was high, 18 was perhaps pretty low. 17, we were at 575. So it seems like we've been all over the place with this. So I think I might be careful about deviating from our typical way of doing this. Just a thought.
Yep. Thank you, Mrs. Charlton. Thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I just did a quick average and say I made that year a $200,000 extra a year in 2019. I say I came in at 600,000. That would reduce the average of the 4-year down to 514,000. It would save us like $49,000, just to give some sense of numbers. Just by reducing that year, I mean, 809 is kind of an outlier. So if you reduce it to 600, which would be on the higher side of all the numbers, it would take it down a bit. Get some sense of numbers.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. So Ms. Vasi, you'll just give us a follow-up, and then we could take a look at it and make a judgment call.
Sure. I wrote that down.
Okay, now, Caitlin, from there, we have this internal service fund worksheet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we have projected June 30th, 2020 and projected June 30th, 2021. Does everybody have this worksheet from the Board of Finance? Okay.
I don't think I have that.
Jim, is that the one we got tonight? The one we talked about earlier?
This is what we received in today's documents from Jennifer Carpenter.
So
it's the same document, guys.
Just keep going. Right. It's right after the hooker and
42120 backup, right?
Okay, got it. Sorry.
That's right.
Okay,
that's right.
Very good. So Caitlin, just take us through some of these numbers. Highlight them for us, please.
Sure.
Okay, let's go to the projected 2020 sheet because that feeds into the projected 2021. So there's clearly two columns. The first is the risk management. The second is the town active medical. So the fund balance coming in from our 2019 CAFR is the 828, which is on the right-hand side, because both of these are looked at as one number in the CAFR, just the total column. So that's an actual audited number coming forward into fiscal 20. So if we look at the revenues, again, for the both columns, we have what is budgeted in the general fund today to come over into revenue for the workers' comp, the general liability, and the town claims, coming down to a total, if we look at the risk management column, of $2.8 million. We do have some small recoveries projected as well. The expenditures for what we know today, so we looked at it through the most recent information projected out through June to have a total expenditure of 2.7, and I'm just using rounded numbers, which shows a net profit of about $73,000. I'm using the same accruals from last year because we only update those in June. So we had a $12.6 million accrual, basically the workers' comp and some liability stuff there. If we switch over to the town active medical column, again, same logic. The revenue is what's budgeted in the general fund to come over, plus the employee premiums coming in as revenue, some other recoveries, totaling the $12.2 million on the revenue side. For the expenditure side on the active medical, I used the projections that we just went over in the same format from Aon through June 30 of 2020. The projection of total expenditures there is 11.9, which shows a total profit in that column of the 334. So if you look at the total, we're projecting about 406 in favorable variances to come forward into the 2021 budget. So you add the 828, which came from last fiscal year, you add the 407 that we're projecting as a net profit from this year. So on an accrual basis, what's coming into fiscal 21 is the $1.2 million, which is the estimated fund balance as of 6/30/2020 on an accrual basis. So if you flip to the second sheet, you'll see that $1.2 million come forward as the expected fund balance from 7/1/20. And then these numbers are all the budgeted numbers that we just spoke about. So in the risk management column, we have a workers' comp contribution coming in from the general fund. We have risk management funds coming forward now of $700,000. And the difference being there's about $75,000 budgeted in the WPCA fund for the workers' comp as well. So as you see, for total revenue and total expenditures, they're both the same number for fiscal 2021, showing that we're budgeting what we think our expenses are going to be. Same on the active medical. Those numbers are what Carlton from Aon just went over. So they total the $13,030,000 plus the additional. There's $371,000 for the 401A expenses. The employer contribution to that. So for the risk management column, the total revenue we're anticipating is the 2.4, which equals our expected expenditures for the workers' comp, the general liability, and the town property claim. Active medical, again, we're budgeting what we think our medical expenses are going to be of the $13.4 million. So in both cases right now, it's showing that we're budgeting what we expect our expenditures to be, so the net profit loss is zero. So you're just seeing that $1.2 million of the expected fund balance on the accrual basis slow down to be the estimated fund balance as of 6/30/2021. Does anyone have any questions?
Mrs. Charlton.
Yes. Hi, Caitlin. Can you talk to us about how the accrual is calculated and how long that accrual will take to run out?
That accrual basically, so there's a $12.6 million accrual, which is basically the lion's share is the workers' comp number that we get directly from PMA at the end of the year. I mean, those claims, as you know, have a very long tail. So those are the lion's share of the 12.6. I can give you the breakout. The other piece is legal settlements that we're projecting. So we meet with the legal team in the early fall, and we look at all open cases, and we project what we believe the settlement's going to be. So that's the large accrual in the risk management column. On the town active medical side, that accrual comes through Aon, and it's basically 1 month lag of our medical expenses.
Okay, so the medical
So
okay. So the medical is basically kind of incurred but not reported on a 1 month lag?
Correct.
And then the risk management is all workers' comp, and that is for active claims?
That's for, yes, all claims that we know about, we get it by person, and the actuary calculates the entire tail of that liability to the town, hence the large number.
Got it. All right. So we're basically fully, at the moment, fully funded on all of this with a fund balance net of $1.2 million, if you will, or projected of $1.2 million.
Correct. Yeah, that took us a long time to get there. We were in the negative for quite a while.
Yeah.
We've really been working, because that had been a rating agency bone of contention and we were dinged on that many times because we were in the negative, but we worked very hard on getting that up to a positive balance, even with our accruals.
Okay. So where we are now, and I realize that there is a lot of estimation in these numbers, and arguably a 1 month lag, you could have longer than that on the medical side, but this is just a additional balance just sitting in this internal service fund.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. What did you say?
I'm sorry. I realize that there are a number of estimates here, particularly on the workers' comp side because it's a long-term estimate, but we have $1.2 million of fund balance in the internal service fund, which is effectively just additional fund balance. It's just sitting in a different spot.
Correct.
Thank you.
Before I go to Mr. Bateson, just a question to Mr. Bremer on the on line item number 58920, the risk management. Was it your recommendation that we revise that down by $200,000?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of 900,000, you're saying that number, the way we should be looking at it, is 700,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Where is that again, Jim? Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
89.
So Mr. Rotolo, yeah, 58920 on risk management, 900, right? And that's based on the worksheet that Mr. Bremer had sent us on recommended expenditure reduction. Okay, 200,000.
700. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bateson.
And what?
I'm sorry, Mr. Walsh, you had a follow-up to that?
And what's the reasoning for that reduction?
The reasoning for that reduction is, and it's kind of parallels, I believe, what Ed was talking about earlier, Mr. Bateson, and that is, what I basically did was look at the last 5 or 6 years worth of claims that we had in that line. And we had 1 year where we had a huge claim. It was something about a bicycle accident or something like that. It was like 1.2 million or, anyway, there was one really, really large claim that threw the average way, way high for those years. And so I just, because we need money and it's a tight year, I went through the average and said, well, I think we can take some out because we're trending below the 900,000. I'm sorry, the 912. So I thought we could comfortably take 200,000 out of that line.
All right.
That was the analysis.
Brad, when are we going to get our presentation on that expected number? We normally get something from the town attorney. in executive session, so I don't know what the mechanism to do that is, to talk about claims and to talk about things that may or may not settle or go to trial this year, and what his recommendation is on that, since he'll know better than anybody.
Okay, I'll follow up with you on that, Mr. Walsh.
But we need to get some type of executive session for that, and
Yep.
and something he can show us online, something.
Okay, yep, I'll follow up with you. Okay, Mr. Bateson.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is to either Caitlin or Linda. Sorry, it's been a couple of years since I looked at this document. I just want to make sure when I look at the June 30th, 2021 numbers, if I look under town active medical and I look at the expenditures, if I take the claims handling, medical and dental, and prescription drug, that'll tie into the number we just heard from Carlton on page 6, right? The 13030.
Yeah, if you take it starts with the 1575 down to the 2670.
Yep.
And the 8784, those three numbers add up to the 13030.
Okay, and the 37811, you're saying that is all of the town's 401A match, or there's other stuff buried in there?
It's the town match.
And stipends in lieu of.
Oh, and stipends in lieu of, if an employee doesn't take our medical.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any further, Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Bremer, who came up with the $900,000 department request, and how is that number generated?
It was a meeting with you, legal services, and the CFO at the time.
I'm not sure initially what it was. I think it was based on the average. Hold on one second. What? Go ahead.
It was based on a review. It's the previous CFO and with legal counsel looked at the cases and chose that number based on what they thought potentially might be required for cash flow during that year.
Okay. Was that with the current town attorney, or was it with the previous town attorney?
Previous
Town attorney and the previous CFO.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to hear from Mr. Baldwin on that, if you could line that up, Jim, at some later point.
Yeah, we can line that up, possibly even next week on 4/28. So I'll talk to Mr. Baldwin. Any further questions on these line items? Okay. Moving on then to People's Insurance. Again, it's Mr. Egan and Ms. Donna Monks, and this is liability and property. So, Mr. Egan, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So if you look at our insurance and claims line items, there is a slight decrease in our property insurance, a little bit of an increase in errors and omissions. There is an interscholastic sports, which has been increased on just speculating a premium increase in there. The other two items under that have been addressed are the liability insurance, is there's an increase there, and then risk management was addressed with Ms. Flossie. Hello?
It looks like Jim's internet connection has failed momentarily.
We can still hear you, though.
I'm back. Okay.
Hey, Ed,
So overall,
it's Caitlin. Ed, can I just follow up on one thing with you, Ed? You want to know the number?
Yes.
Two updates that we've gotten. You were right. The heart and hypertension settlement was exactly 200,000 last June.
Okay.
So if we took that number out, we could rerun those numbers. It was exactly 200 for that settlement, late June. It was actually June 26th of 19. And I think, were you the one who asked, or Jim Walsh, on the number of people still eligible to get the heart and hypertension?
Yeah, current employees eligible for heart and hypertension by service date, and that total number between both police and fire is 55.
Thank you.
You hear me?
Do we have Jim Brown on?
I can hear him. I can't see him.
You can hear me?
Jim Brown, we can hear you.
All right. Mr. Bateson.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with, I think Pat just gave the update on our insurance, property insurance, so forth. Is this all, is this our KERMA premiums?
Yeah, these are our premiums with KERMA. There's also just our overall premiums. We have premiums for flood insurance with the Hartford and some other carriers. But yes, and what we're expecting, like with KERMA, would be there's about a 3% premium increase.
Okay. We have a new administration. Pat, I know you're new to the position. I got to tell you, when I was on the Board of Selectmen and after we went through the fill pile and so forth and so on, it turned out that there were certain levels of insurance that might have been available to us that as a town we declined. Has anybody sat down with you, or have you sat down and looked at these policies and say, I need to check that box, I need to check that box, I think we need this coverage? Have we sat down and reassessed everything? Because I remember there was a couple of shocking revelations of where we could have been insured, but we chose not to be.
Yeah, we're specifically with our pollution coverage. We have been reviewing that and looking at that. A separate carve-out pollution policy really isn't a big staple as far as Connecticut municipalities go. I believe with all that KERMA insures, if you look at them specifically, and they insure a whole lot of people, as far as the state goes for the municipalities, there's, I believe, only one who has a separate carved-out specialty policy outside of a generic policy that they offer with the pollution policy. That came as part of a package with KERMA by being a member. We didn't have anything specifically prior to that. One of the issues with that is because the issue was that the area itself, and of course we're still doing some back and forth here with that, but the area itself was a fire landfill, and those under most generic policies are excluded because of obviously the issue of fire landfills having pollutants, and most of the regulations on those things didn't even go into effect until late 70s or 80s.
Pat, my concern here is when I look at these numbers, I always expect insurance to increase. So when I see property insurance decreasing, I want to make sure that that's not people nickel and diming a policy and removing coverage that might lead us to exposure. So my question is, I want to make sure that if there's something that you're concerned about that we might be doing, I need you to let the board know. It's just I just get concerned when I see decreasing insurance premiums. I love to see the number, but usually there's something that leads to that.
Yeah, so I can explain that. That isn't as much a decrease. If you look at the E&O, that went up, and really what it was here is not as much as a decrease in the property and an increase in E&O. In aggregate, if you take both of those policies, both of those pieces of coverage and combine them together, there's really a $14,000 increase in that, which is about 2.5%, 2.7%, and that's because some of the things that we're paying out of the property line were more properly paid out of the E&O line, so we just kind of reallocated the money. So it's not necessarily I guess big overall. It's not necessarily a decrease in the property. We haven't reduced any of our property coverage.
I heard that. Thank you. And, just as a taxpayer, I appreciate when premiums go down, but I do want to see the town maintain its protection and protecting the taxpayers. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Basin. Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Egan, who is on the phone from Peoples?
Donna Monks.
Okay. Ms. Monks, can I ask you some questions?
Certainly. I also want to indicate Rob O'Connor is also on the phone from People.
Oh, all right.
There's both of us available. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to address a couple questions, I guess, to both of you, whoever wants to answer. In regards to our property insurance from last year to this year, has anything changed?
Are you speaking in terms of values or in terms of coverage?
Values, coverages, whatever. I'm trying to compare apples to apples. So if we're now comparing apples to oranges, I need to kind of know what those differences are, whether limits, deductibles, any of that stuff have changed, whether we've increased or decreased coverages, anything.
At this time, there hasn't been any changes as part of the renewal process. Patrick will take a look at the values and look to see if there's any adjustments, and that could impact the premiums, but as far as coverage and current values, there's been no changes.
Okay, so we're looking apples to apples. There's no coverages and no deductibles that have changed. Obviously, that's a way to keep premiums down, correct? That's what every person has to deal with in their own lives.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So none of that has changed?
Currently, no, there's been no changes.
Okay. On errors and omissions, I heard what Mr. Egan had to say. Is that your perspective as well, that we're just covering things under errors and omissions that we previously covered under property insurance? Because that would be a change.
There have been no changes. Rob, I don't think that you can answer that as well, that there have been no changes.
Okay.
No changes. The program stayed the same for the most part. I think, what Pat was referring to is maybe the shifting. Kerma will shift pricing from one line to the other, and I think that's really more. But in terms of coverage, no, there hasn't been a change.
Okay. So PERMA is switching pricing just to errors and omissions. Don't they underwrite each separately?
So they do. So, well, actually, KERMA is interesting, a little different from most insurance companies because it's a pool program. They kind of underwrite the entire risk in many ways and then allocate premiums from there. So it's a little different than, say, a typical commercial insurance company. They kind of come up with a total aggregate premium charge for each town, and then decide on how they want to allocate that. So that's, I guess, why they sometimes shift between property and liability and errors and omissions.
Okay, but nothing has.
But in this.
Okay, go ahead.
But in terms of coverage, nothing has changed in terms of coverage from the KERMA program or any of the other other lines that we place.
Okay.
So we are looking at Pat mentioned the pollution, and that's something that we're certainly considering. But other than that, there's been no coverage change.
But you have to admit, 17.65% is a pretty drastic increase in errors and omissions.
Well, not when you look at the property went down. So, you know, we look, like I said, it's really, you have to look at it as a total premium. They really, you know, so it's a little misleading when you look at it by line, I think. You really have to look at Kerma's budget. The town was on a budget plan this year, and they actually, so the increase from Kerma was 3%, which, you know, actually is very good. But that's a total, so it's a total of 3% increase overall.
Okay, so none of this increase on errors and omissions has to do with like an experience problem with the town where we were making claims on that policy of errors and omissions, and it was causing us to get an increase in that area.
Absolutely not. Nope. That's not, you know, unless there's something that Kerma's not telling us, that's not what we've been told from Kerma. No.
Okay, have we been making claims on the errors and omissions policy during this current budget year that we're in right now?
There are claims, you know, and I will say, I guess, generally speaking, I can say that the claim trend is up right now for the town. And that's something that we're looking at, you know, but, yeah, so there are claims on both the errors and omissions, and on the liability. I would say, you know, there's a little bit of a spike, but not anything to be too alarmed at yet. But we're taking a look at that.
Have we
If I can just,
well, go ahead.
No, if I can just say something, I know on the email, Patrick Egan did the 5% change explanation for all of his lines. And it did say that there was, yes, everyone's seeing the 17.65% increase, but it was due to the reallocation between the property insurance line. But that was all on that email. That was the, I think it was one of the last pages on that PDF document that was sent out by Jen, that I believe everyone received either yesterday or today.
Okay. I don't think I saw
right,
it.
wasn't
yeah,
that,
literally the last sheet.
Yeah,
the last
I
sheet,
think
yep.
so that was to your request that you guys put in.
On the property insurance, did we put a claim in for the fill pile issues that we have?
Yes. Yeah. A claim was submitted.
To Kerma?
Well, it actually was Chubb. Kerma placed the policy through Chubb. So the claim was actually submitted to Chubb Insurance Company.
Okay. And how much insurance do we have in that regard?
Well, you know, the policy has a 1 million limit. The pollution policy, that is. The Chubb has denied the claim initially. So right now we're, you know, Patrick, myself, and a few other folks, Jim Baldwin, working on appealing that denial. But that's where it stands right now.
Okay.
And as Patrick mentioned, it's because of the landfill issue.
Okay. All right. And then if that doesn't work, you'll have to make a decision. The town will have to make a decision about whether to sue the insurance company on a coverage issue.
Yeah, I guess that would be something you would look at.
The interscholastic sports insurance, is that just because of concussions? That's the normal increase?
That's that's a, you know, an estimate. That is a policy purely that the Board of Ed procures.
Yep.
It's a policy that covers injuries with interscholastic sports, and it would be a secondary claim to a claimant's primary insurance for something that's, you know, has to come out of pocket.
All right, and they have a quote for that amount, or that's just what they're guesstimating going to go up to?
That's a guesstimate.
And why is it a guesstimate as opposed to, have we not received the renewal notice yet?
We have not, because the policy year, because it's a Board of Ed, runs August to August. Usually we get that in or around June.
Okay. And how did you guesstimate that it would go up by 15.46%?
Well,
it's like an odd number.
If you look at, it's actually 5%. What happened is, last year, if you look at the current fiscal year and the prior fiscal year, they're both, the fiscal year we're currently in was flat funded at the 52,001. And so it was the same cost as it was in fiscal year 19. And the actual cost of that policy was 57,180, not 52,001. And so the 5% increase off the 57,180 is 60,000.
Gotcha. Why was it flat funded? Do we know?
I do not know. I was not a party to that.
Does anybody know who's on this call?
Yeah, I actually was involved. I worked with Eileen on that because she asked me to get involved, and there was some claim issues, and the carrier at the time wanted to increase premium by quite a bit. And she ultimately was able to get that, down to a fairly reasonable level. But that was, I think, a surprise. Wasn't expected.
You expected it to be a 0% increase last year?
I don't know if it was flat funded. I think I don't recall. I want to say that we typically would estimate. We're not placing that, so we're not involved. But typically there'd be at least a 3 to 5% inflation factor that would be in there. But I think in this case, it ended up being at least a 10 or even more possibly increase. And I remember Eileen, working with Eileen on trying to get something, an alternative to that, and that we were not successful. That was the best they could do.
All right. Are there any other insurances that you think that we should have, or increased limits you think that we should have on any of our insurance as our insurance specialist?
Well, obviously this whole pandemic thing opens up a whole, discussion. So that, that aside, the program is pretty well put together. Over the years, I think we've done a fairly good job of plugging any holes. The pollution issue is one that, again, we're going to look at. But cyber has been added. I think we've added the coverages that seem, prudent, I would say. You can always look at higher liability limits. Currently, the town has a 15, let's see, we have 10, we have a 15 million excess program. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the town has, 16 million per claim. Could that be increased? Yes. I just don't know if this is the year to do it, but, we always like to, at least consider higher limits on that,
What is your recommendation in regard being the town's insurance specialist in regards to limits? Should they be increased?
Well, last year, I think we recommended a $5 million additional, and, that's probably what we would, I don't know that we go to necessarily 10 million all in one year, but is an additional 5 million prudent? I would say yes. It would be subject to budget, but yes, for a town the size of Fairfield, I think if we did benchmarking, we'd probably, Donna, we may have done some benchmarking on this, right?
We did in prior years, and we did add the extra, but we could do it again.
Yeah, we could run a benchmarking report that compares you to, say, other towns your size. And we've done that. I think we did that 2 years ago, but maybe do it again and see what that shows.
That would be good, I think, if our board took a look at that. Yeah. How much would that add on to the cost? Do you have any idea?
we could probably get that number for you fairly quickly because I want to say last year's number. I will say this, the excess market's pricing has gone up, so it's a difficult market. So last year may not be as good an indicator, or 2 years ago might not be as good an indicator. But I would say, currently, let's see, the excess. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to just put a number out there. It's a few factors, so we'd have to work that up.
All right, if you can get that to us through our chairman and have him distribute it to us, that would be great.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm done with my questions. Jim, your microphone's off.
You're on mute, Jim.
There you go.
Put on mute. All right. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. DeWitt, did you have a question? Or no?
No.
Okay. So, I thank you very much, Mr. Egan and Ms. Monks and Mr. O'Connor. Moving on to the next bullet point, which is ISF risk management. Now, last year this was taken off our agenda. It was removed from discussion. So, Mrs. Garner, do you know why we did that?
Wait, Jim, this is Caitlin. That's what we just went over, that internal service fund sheet.
Okay. So why was it say removed? It's just all part of the same discussion.
Same thing.
I don't know why it was removed. It was removed last year. Do you
It was
remember
not
why?
removed last year.
No, I
It's
don't.
in the minutes. Don't tell me it wasn't removed. It says in the
Well,
minutes
we
it
might
was
have
removed.
scheduled it, but we
So-
went over it.
I'm telling you what it says in the minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's move on to Human Resource Administration, page 86, basically where we're at. Mr. Hasselkamp, you with us?
Hello.
Can you hear us,
Can you hear me?
Jim? I can.
I can.
Hey, well, welcome. Welcome to the town. We haven't met yet, but I look forward to it.
I've seen you all for the last 3 hours.
Okay, so going to page, what would you like to review, Jim? Anything on operations side in your budget?
Probably the only thing of substantive increase is the professional services line item, which is currently at prior years around 44. There's an increase that reflects the town's desire, and I'm speaking to it because I came in late to this show, to have a time and attendance system put into the town. And that's, as far as the whole budget, really, that's the only thing that stands out as far as a change in the budget.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions on the operations side of this budget? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to, so let me thank Patrick Egan, thank you for being here. Ms. Donna Banks, thank you. And Mr. Rob O'Connor, thank you for being here. Appreciate all the information and the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so let's move on, Jim, to unemployment compensation, page 167 or 68. It's currently showing at 105,000, 22% less than last year. I'm not sure if we want to relook at that, or what comments might you have?
I think there was some suggestion that it be bumped up, I believe, $250,000 on top of the current budget amount, based on, I think, some suggestions, adjustments to the line item. You know, it's a challenging number to come up with. I think it's going to be significantly more than the 100,000. As most of you know, we just went through a first round of layoffs, and they've extended the duration of insurance. So I think based on all the inputs that are going to occur and based on all the challenges to the budget, that, you know, additional $250,000 is going to be needed. it's certainly the best. I think it's it's the best guess that we can do at this point, because we won't know until really things shake out in the budget process as to whether there'll be more or less unemployment.
Okay, so is the suggestion to add 250, so it would actually be 350,000 total, correct?
Yes.
Any questions on unemployment? Mr. Testani?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Hazelkamp, how are you?
I'm great, thanks.
And on behalf of the town, welcome. For those that don't know, Mr. Hazelkamp and I go back to our Trumbull days. So welcome to Fairfelld.
Nice to be here.
It's actually 305,000, correct, Jim?
Yes. No, it's 250 plus 105. It's 350.
And I just curious, how did you come up with 250, Mr. Hazelkamp? Was it based on other towns? How did you? I just wondered how you arrived at that number.
I mean, I think it's just a recognition that there's going to be significant levels of unemployment, given just the layoffs we've been through already. And there's an extension for up to 39 weeks of coverage. And I think there'll be more, there's potential of additional people that might be collecting unemployment beyond the current layoffs that we've done. So,
right, no, and I agree. I'm just curious, was there a formula? Are you just guesstimating, or are you?
I would say it's the best guess. It could be more than that, frankly. But, I think that's the prudent number to put in at this point. If it ends up being more than that, then we'd have to come back for an additional appropriation, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I'm sorry. What's your first name?
Jim.
Jim. Well, welcome to the town. I got a quick question. I heard your discussion on the $250K that you're thinking might be necessary. It sounds like you're just throwing a number up there because you know that there's going to be more expense. How are we taking into consideration? I read an article in the newspaper today talking about the federal government. I think they're going to reimburse us 75% on our unemployment costs, right?
It's 50%, but go ahead.
It's 50%. So in other words, whatever we're going to be incurring, we're expecting that, or is this? I mean, has anybody looked at this legislation?
Yes. So the current legislation that's passed is currently going to reimburse municipalities 50% of the COVA-related unemployment claims.
Okay,
that's already been passed.
And I can't remember, but you already have some estimates in the newspaper article. Do we have anything that extends into 2021, or in the newspaper article are you only talking about getting us through fiscal year 2020?
Yeah, I don't know what newspaper article you're referring to. So.
We are anticipating, so we have a budget this year in 20 of 130. We're projecting to be 100 over that.
Okay, Caitlin, that's for fiscal year 20?
Yeah.
So you're saying right now we have 100 budgeted, so you're expecting the total nut to be 230K?
Yeah, we have 130 budgeted.
I'm sorry, it's 130 budgeted and you expect to be 100 over?
Yes. So that includes us and the Board of Ed, don't forget. We cover both on our side. Yep.
Okay.
So we covered all on our side.
So you're thinking that most of that 230 is COVID related?
No, not most. I mean, we're already at 73,000 year to date so far, and that was through, it takes a while for us, so that was through April.
Okay.
So, and then we weren't sure about the reimbursement piece, so, the 50% is going to come in at some point as well, but I didn't know that when I put my 100 over.
Okay, can you do, the people that we've furloughed or laid off, can you do a schedule that gets us month by month, assuming we bring these people back June 1st, July 1st, August 1st? Can you do a schedule on how that's going to impact fiscal year 20 unemployment and fiscal year 21 unemployment so I can get a gauge on where we are?
wait, so say that again? So most of them are library staff, right? 60 of them?
I don't really need to know who they are. I just need to know that the people that have been furloughed, let's assume that they're going to come back on June 1st, July 1st, August 1st, September 1st, so that we know how long this unemployment extends.
Yeah, I don't know, because we don't budget by month. I mean, we would have to make a lot of assumptions on how many hours per week every single person works.
Well, how did we come up with a number to begin with?
Well, what I took was basically, as of now, there's no more part-timers in the library, so whatever's left is $192,000 in their budget.
Let's just assume that on a month-by-month basis and carry it forward.
So you have to take their part-time, we just talk about the library for a second, so we'd have to take their full amount of part-time for the year, and I guess just divide it by 12 and just make some assumptions.
If that gets you a number that is somewhat reliable, I would go with that. I just want to see where we're going to be. It sounds like this number could increase, and it could overlap into fiscal year 21. That's what I want to get a handle on.
All right, so we would have to know, and we need to know the Board of Ed piece too, and last day of work, and who's going to file. And we don't know who's going to file as of now either.
I know, guys, but we got to start running these exercises. We do. I'm sorry if it sounds tough, but I need to know what exposure we're facing. If we have to run through these exercises, so be it. Thank you.
Well, Ed, it's Brenda. I mean, we realize we're working on a very limited staff right now, and there's only 20% and people are rotating, so things are a little different than they normally would be. And everyone is doing the best they can. And we provide as many assumptions as we can.
Yeah, I know, Brenda. We need to know these numbers. I mean, that just not as a Board of Finance. You need to know these numbers.
I know we do, and we've got what we think we have, and we can do some more work on this. But I mean,
yeah, I know.
Week by week.
And I understand that you know where you are as of April 10th or 12th, but you need to carry those forward.
All right. So Ed, just give me let's take a step back. Just what numbers are you looking for, and we'll do everything we can to get you those numbers. Give me.
It sounded like when we just talked about unemployment that I have some exposure there. That's all.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get a gauge on what that exposure is. I think I just heard, well, we might need to increase that number. Okay, based on what? And I'm hearing that we have no number. So let's get a number.
So
all right.
Do you mean what it costs us for our unemployment insurance based on the number of employees that we furloughed?
I think we're going to be on the hook for the people we laid off.
Right, but we're trying to understand what you're asking.
That's
Are
what
you
I'm asking
for a month by month cost, what it would cost us for our contribution to workmen, to the unemployment for each of the employees, say, if they're laid off till June 1st, July 1st, August, like that?
I believe so, yeah, because that's going to be the budgetary impact of laying the people off, is it not?
Right, but we're just trying to understand what you're saying, because.
Okay, all right.
So Jim, are you on the line, Hazelkamp?
I am.
Okay, so I mean, can we try to look at this week and next week and see if we can figure this out somehow based on what we're paying in on our part? And work with
we'll just have to make assumptions. Sure.
Right. All right. We'll do our best, Ed.
We'll do it.
All right, thank you. And plus, there should be savings as well, correct?
If we're continuing unemployment, there should be. Yeah, that's got to go
Sure,
the numbers.
absolutely. And there are, absolutely.
Okay, so, just like we asked the Board of Ed to do, to give us a worksheet on savings plus COVID costs, we would need to see the same thing. You laid off all these people, what are the savings?
But Jim, I think we gave you that document, the savings that we so far have realized based on the 118 layoffs.
No, I don't think we've seen that.
I haven't.
We need them going forward after
Not in the
July
budget.
1st. We did it up till June
that again?
30th,
Yes, we have it till June 30.
but then you have to do it after June 30th on a month-by-month basis. So if you keep the town closed and keep these people fired or furloughed, what will be the additional unemployment number, and then minus the savings we'll have from not paying them? So we can we have to put these in our assumptions.
Okay, but up till what month, Jim?
I don't know. I don't know what month everything's being kept closed. You got to tell us, okay, we stay closed for a month. The month of July is closed. You're not allowing the library to open up, Brenda, till August 1st. Then if you make the decision.
I know, I'm just saying, are you asking, like, are you gonna benchmark it somehow? Are you gonna say up until what, November? Or do you want every month up until what date?
Should be the same amount every month. If you tell us what the monthly thing is, we can make the assumption then about what it would be.
Okay, got it. All right.
We will.
That's good.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Charlton, you had a question?
Yeah, I think we made the point. It's not you can't do the unemployment compensation without figuring out the impact of the
Savings.
salary. So yeah, on a net basis, and Brenda, Tom, and team, I think the easiest thing, as Jim pointed out, would be to just calculate it for a month, and that way, if we know the monthly cost, we can, agree on an assumption that's consistent with the assumptions that we used for other departments in the budget.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on unemployment? I guess to the first select woman, I mean, you don't see any additional that you know of right now, any further cuts that would add to unemployment, the unemployment expense, other than the people that have already been furloughed already?
When you say cuts, do you mean employees?
Yes, cuts to employees.
Well, the part-timers, we went through that exercise, that started in March. The only, no, not really, Jim, because we looked at the nurses, and they have a clause in their contract. It's a 4-week. You have to give them a 4-week notice, and they would be they collect unemployment anyway in the summer, so they automatically would go into that pool anyway. But other than that, that's really the only pool of employees that aren't under a union contract.
All right, I have no further questions. And welcome, Mr. Hasselkamp. I didn't get a chance to welcome you. Seems like we're being invaded by Trumbull people. Mr. Testani, Mr. Herb. I mean, geez.
We're stealing all their talent, Jim.
Whole town hall from up there is coming down here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Jim, Ed Bateson, I got something else.
Mr. Basin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I understand, Brenda, I don't know the details of the collective bargaining agreements, but if there is I just heard what you said about the nurses. If there's something in contracts that, we're saying, oh, well, it doesn't make sense to do this. Maybe it would make sense to do it that, they were furloughed under COVID so that even if they went on unemployment in the summer, we would still be eligible to offset our costs by 50% of the government's money. So, let's try and look at...
I understand, Ed, but we weren't sure, there was a lot of ambiguity coming from the state regarding if the schools were going to be reopening. So we didn't really, it's a tricky thing.
I get it. I don't mean...
It's a tricky thing. We pay them, but they are Board of Ed employees. I mean, they work for the school system. And so that information, I mean, it hasn't even been, decided yet if they're going back to school. Most of us don't think they will be, but that hasn't been a firm decision made, as of yet. So
Okay,
again.
but when it comes to interpreting the CBAs, I just want to see us be as aggressive as we can in interpreting that and say, hey, look, you know, I don't want to lay you off, but if I can lay you off and collect 50% of your salary from the government, your unemployment premium from the government, I'm going to get my money from the government. So I just want to let it.
I agree.
I want to see us look at it that way.
Yes, absolutely. But we also had them doing things like, assisting with the friendly caller program and welfare checks and things like that.
Just,
But we'll
can I
look at it.
interject
We'll
something?
definitely look at it.
Thank you.
Can I interject something just so? Oh, never mind.
Yes, who's speaking?
That was Jim Hazelkamp, sorry.
Yes, Jim, go ahead, Jim.
So just so everybody's clear, the nurses by statute are eligible for unemployment in the summer. So there'd be no way to shift that cost for the summer for the nurses because they are town employees. So that's not a consideration with respect to the nurses.
Okay. See, that's an explanation I was looking for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Hazelkamp, what you said just about the nurses, explain that. So is their unemployment already baked into these numbers then, into these budget numbers?
Just the part-timers, because we laid off the part-time nurses.
Okay, so some of them are already baked in, the unemployment number, part of that $100,000. That's in the budget.
Yeah, not by month.
I think the answer is yes.
Gotta be yes. It's gotta be yes if they legally can do it.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
No, I looked and see what was left.
Good. So therefore, if you guys can take that into your calculations that the nurses are already included.
We will.
Thanks.
Okay, any further questions on unemployment? Okay, so now we're going to go back to legal. Okay, then we have contingency. So we're going to go to legal services. That's on page 79. And Mr. Baldwin is on the call with us. Good evening, Jim.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. We
Great.
can hear you. Okay,
Great.
so Mr. Baldwin, yep, our town attorney here, if you could just go over our budget for the legal services, please. It's up 34% over the 20 budget.
That's correct. I think the simplest way to explain that is to break it down into two buckets, two additional amounts that have been added to the budget. First is money set aside for the reassessment that's coming up, and that's almost an additional $100,000 based on, I think, the town's past experience in previous reassessments. And the other is a $50,000 increase, which is money that came over from a salary for the prior HR director for labor work, legal labor work that was done under his line item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. So you're saying we added the 50 back in from the previous HR director's stipend?
That's correct.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Baldwin? Mr. Walsh?
Jim, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you fine.
How are you?
Good, thank you. And you?
Good. Doing pretty well. With you being the now town attorney, can we just get a couple of updates? What is your hourly rate versus what Mr. Lesser was charging?
It's the same.
Good. Okay. And do you have assistant town attorneys? This is stuff we go through every year, so I just want to get for this?
I do not technically have an assistant town attorney. That's another item in the charter revision that maybe should be looked at. But the answer to your question is no.
Okay. Are there other attorneys doing town work other than you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, who are they?
Well, there's been Cohen and Wolf, Jontos and Lottie, Wigan and Dana, Baker Donaldson did a little bit, Rose Cowler, and Marino, Zabel, and Schellenberg are the ones that come to mind.
Okay. Is that Rose Kaler, K-A-L-O-R, L-O-R?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Their employment firm?
Correct.
Would you just be able to supply us what their hourly rates are? Not tonight, but when you have a chance.
Yeah, I would be guessing right now, but most, if not all, are higher than the town attorney's hourly rate.
And what is your rate? And
$200 an hour.
Okay. And then you would ask for a $50,000 initial increase. Was that because it wasn't taken into account the assessment work?
Yeah, I would chalk it up to a rookie mistake.
Yeah, that's okay. No, that's not a big deal. And would somebody be able to find out for us what, in the last 2 to 3 assessments, the average legal fees have been following an assessment? I know there was one where there was a lot, but there's been others that it hasn't been that much. So would we be able to get like the last 3 assessments, what the attorney's fees have been to defend the assessment amounts in the year of the assessment or the year following? I guess you really have to track it over 2 years because some of these cases take a little while to get through and get up to, I think it's New Britain, to be heard.
I see the last time it looked like it was, and if I'm correct, it was over 102,000 and over 115,000 in those consecutive years. But I'll make sure about that rather than just guessing.
Okay. And if you could find out what it was the time before, I think the last one was kind of, there seemed to be an inordinate amount of appeals. And I'm not sure. We talked about some of those reasons at the Board of Finance with our assessor. But if we could find out just what it was, you don't have to go back 3, just go back 2, just the last 2.
Okay.
Jim, this is Tom Bremer.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry for jumping in. We do have some numbers. Mr. Baldwin's right about the 102 and the 115. In FY14, which is the only other number I've got for you, it was 104. It was 102 and 115, as he's correct, in fiscal year 18 and 19. In fiscal year 14, it was 141, 715, so it was a bit higher.
Maybe that was the year I was thinking about. Okay.
Yep.
And what do you know what it was in? What would be the second year of that? Would be 15.
I think that is the second year.
Okay.
I don't think it's. Well, we don't have 13, but we'll be able to find that number.
Okay. Because I know it's normally split. That when you look at what the costs are for the legal costs for the assessment, it's generally spread over a 2 fiscal years.
Right. Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So yeah, if you could find that out, that'd be great. Thank you.
We will.
Thank you. You done, Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. How you doing, Jim?
I'm fine, Ed. How are you?
Good. Quick question. I thought I heard you say that we transferred the $50,000 stipend from the former HR director. Now it's in your budget for labor.
That is my understanding. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea what labor contracts we're going to be doing in 2021? Does anybody?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Oops. I know what they are.
Yeah, Jim, please jump in.
Yeah, so this year we have the ECC, which is the dispatchers, the DPW, we have nurses, and one of them's going to escape me. It's professional and technical. And then the settled contracts are the police and fire are settled out, and FIA, which is the clericals for next year.
Professional
so
and
there's 4
technical.
open this year. Yeah.
I'm sorry, professional and technical, is that the old mid-managers?
Yeah, it's the supervisors and professionals. Mid-managers.
Okay.
That's expiring next July.
Do we have any idea what labor attorney we're going to use at this point? Have you started interviewing or talking to anybody?
I think that, if I may, Mr. Hazelkamp and I are in discussions about that topic now. And,
so it is going to be outsourced? We're not going to be doing it in-house?
Jim Hazelkamp is very experienced in these matters, so it hasn't been decided to what extent that will happen.
Okay.
But the answer is yes, there will be outside labor counsel retained. To what extent is the question.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I got for now. There was something else, but it escaped my mind. If I remember, I'll jump. To HR, have we, in this budget, I remember last year we had, maybe this isn't the right place, but department head salaries, reviews, and increases. Are those reflected in this budget, or have we not done that?
No, they're not in this budget. They're we're going to go over them in the contingency line a little bit later.
Okay, so has the administration done a schedule of what you expect to do?
Yes, we
for
have.
that number? Okay, good.
Yes,
Thank
we have.
Thank you, Mr. Basin. Any further questions for legal? Mr. Walsh.
Has any of the, in the past assessment years, have any of the attorney's fees been charged to the cost of the assessment? Has it gone to the assessment line and paid through the assessor's department as a professional service fee? Or has it always been every single legal cost involved in previous assessments was passed through the legal services account?
This is Attorney Baldwin. I'm not able to answer that, obviously.
Yeah, I know, Jim. I'm kind of asking, I guess, the finance department.
So the legal costs associated with the assessment all hit legal, but the professional costs of the assessor all hit the assessor budget.
That's correct.
So that would be expert witness fees and things like that?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions on legal? Mr. Testani?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Hey, Mr. Baldwin, how are you this evening?
I'm good, Mr. Testani. Thank you.
Hey, just a quick question. On the outside attorneys, do you get monthly updates or summaries of what cases they've worked on and how many hours they've billed? And I'm just curious how you track that.
Yes, we get a detailed fee, itemized fee of all their legal services. And I go through every one, and then it gets approved or reduced as the case may be.
Okay. And I'm just curious on, I know we touched a little bit on some of the contract negotiations, and I know in some of the budgeting processes of some of our earlier meetings, we talked about some of the other contracts. Just curious on the police and fire, you said it was settled, or I believe perhaps Mr. Hazelkamp said it was. Was that this year for police and fire? Next year? Is it a 3-year contract? I know that many towns have their own unique union to, like, let's say just the police or just the fire. Is it combined? I'm just curious about that part of the contract.
I'm still on the phone, so I can probably answer. The police, I think, have 3 more years or 2. They're staggered, so they're either 2 years out. They're not on the same expiration, so they're settled for at least 2 more years, and I think the police is 3 years.
So the new contract would have been settled last year, correct?
I believe they had a 5-year deal because it was in arrears,
Okay.
but it happened, I think, before the current administration came in.
And again, in terms of what we're currently negotiating, have there been some progress on some of the earlier conversations we had in terms of whether or not we've had discussions with the Board of Ed or on the town side, or
Yeah, I don't think, Mr. Testani, that this is the appropriate time to have that discussion, with all due respect.
No, that's fair. I just wanted to get a sense of whether or not the conversations were started, that's all.
Okay. A few more questions, and we'll go to contingency. Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mrs. Marmion, did you have a question? Did I see your hand up? You're good? Okay. Mr. Walsh?
I'm good, thank you.
Jim, I know Cohen and Wolf and Wigan and Dana have been doing different services in regards to the fill pile. I don't really want to talk about the case right now, but are there fees, or have they in the past been paid for by any of the fill pile money, or they run through your budget always?
I think that Mr. Bremer can answer that better than I can, but I think that we are separating out fill pile legal expenses, at least since this administration came into place, just as they're doing that for COVID.
Yes, it's hitting the fill pile money.
Yes, we are separating them all out.
You're separating them all. So they're not hitting the legal budget?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Tom, can you put your camera back on? Tom Bremer? Mrs. Charlton, you had a question?
I think the camera's on.
It's right there.
Yes, just to follow up on the last question. So if the legal fees associated with the fill pile are not in this budget, where are they, or not in the legal line item of this budget, where are they in the budget?
It's my understanding that that's coming out of the monies allocated for the fill pile. But again, Mr. Bremer can probably address that or confirm that, but that's my understanding, or Caitlin.
So, yeah, I guess my question is, there's been no additional money allocated in this budget to deal with the fill pile at all?
All right. Tom?
I believe Lori's question was that there's no additional fill pile money in this budget at all.
That's correct. In terms of, have we budgeted money for the fill pile in the next year's operating budget? That's correct. We have not.
It's an internet issue.
Okay.
Can it? I think well, for me, we've lost all the pictures of everyone.
Yeah, it's an internet
Okay.
issue.
We can still hear you, though.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Matters.
Yeah, no, we haven't put in money in the operating budget for the fill pile. That is correct.
Okay, so the five, and I guess when Mr. Baldwin talked about the outside attorneys we were using, I thought a couple of them were doing work related to the fill pile, but if they were, those weren't running through this line item. Those are running through the 1.8 million that had been allocated, and I just wanted to be clear that we don't have any money here for legal fees or anything else related to the fill pile. So, thank you.
I think that's correct.
Well, Ms. Bostic, we have $1.4 million in the debt service that we can transfer over, correct?
I believe we're down to 1.4, yes.
Right.
I
So
would
we
have
do
to
have-
look at the current balance, but yeah.
Right, and that was my next, so we may have to transfer that, but that's the remaining money that we have at this point. and nothing additional has been allocated. I just wanted to clarify that, so thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, but it's something, I just wanted to address the board that it's something that we'll address with that 1.4 million, and we'll have to have perhaps a special meeting to transfer those funds over, but it's something we will do. Okay, anything else on legal?
Mr. Baldwin?
Mr. Walsh?
Not on my end.
Okay.
In regards to the list of attorneys, is Mr. Herbst is he part of one of the firms that you gave?
He is part of the Marino, Zabel, and Schellenberg.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Anything else on legal? Okay. We're going to go to contingency, which means in a moment, we're going to take a motion to go to private executive session. And just for the public, this is how it's going to work. So private executive session is just that. It is private. So we're going to mute Mr. Dave Kelly, our IT director, is going to mute the public call-in line so that the meeting is not going to be transmitted. So the public's going to hear silence. And at this point, all invited participants that aren't going to go to executive session are going to be dropped off. Okay, but we want to keep Jim Hasselkamp on. I'm speaking to you, Dave, and we're going to keep, obviously, Mr. Baldwin on and the administration. Everyone else is going to get dropped off. FairTV is going to be put on silent as well. When we come out of executive session, I'll text Mr. Kelly, I'll text FairTV, and then we'll finish up. Okay, so I need a motion to go into private executive session. Mr. Mottola, seconded by Mr. DeWitt. So we're going to go into private executive session. So Mr. Kelly, can you do your thing, please? In debt service. Another thing I like to ask the board to think about is the meeting after Thursday is scheduled for the 28th, which is Tuesday. And then we can meet again on the 5th if we like. And then we're going to vote on the 11th. We could also decide on the 28th, you know, if we want to meet, if we have enough information, because here's what we want to do. We want to bring in people, departments back that we wanted to discuss with for additional questions or comments or information. For example, we may want to ask Ms. Brown to come in for contingency, Anthony Calabrese for Park and Rec, Tom Conley for building, and you know what, Dave Kay for taxes and for the 98.68 or 98.61, and get a feel again for what he thinks the taxes will be or should be set at, right? What am I trying to say? The tax
collection rate.
Tax collection rate, thank you. Get his opinion on that. Okay, so if you can get back to me on before Thursday on who you would like to see back for the 28th. And then we'll contact those department heads. That would be helpful. We'll give them a couple days to get ready. Any other comments from the board? Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? Mr. Matola, seconded by Mr. Testani. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Good night. Good night.